We need a couple minutes because we're having recording issues. Recording, yeah.
I got some chips and soup.
Good evening. Today is October 21st, 2025, and this is Durango City Council regular council meeting. Could we have call to order and roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Coso? Here. Councilor Buell?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff? Here. Mayor Yazzie?
Here.
And Councilor Gonzalez. And the next item is the introduction of the translator, the reading of the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement. Thank you.
This is a call to honor and respect Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination. As residents and visitors of Durango, we are called upon to educate ourselves about the history and cultural heritage of the land we inhabit. The city of Durango is situated on the ancestral homelands and territories of the Nuchu, Ute, Jicarilla Apache, Pueblos of New Mexico, Hopi-Sinom, Hopi, and Dene Navajo nations. The original stewards of this land were forcibly removed and exposed to countless atrocities by the United States government, including repeatedly broken treaties, forced assimilation, the tragic legacy of Indian boarding schools, and the loss of ancestral homelands. We recognize lasting generational trauma exists within Native communities today. We affirm the continuing importance of ancestral sites to descendant communities as integral to the living cultural landscape. This acknowledgement only becomes meaningful when combined with accountable relationships and informed actions. May this serve as a step toward inclusion and reconciliation.
And the next item is the introduction of the translator.
Hi, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Liz Torres y estoy aquí con mi colega Vi Torres. El día de hoy seremos sus intérpretes de la Cooperativa Comunitaria del Lenguaje para que todos puedan hablar y escuchar en el idioma de su corazón. Si usted está con nosotros por medio de Teams, usted puede presionar al menú de más y ahí seleccionar lenguaje y luego seleccionar el idioma. Hi, good evening. My name is Liz Torres, and I am here with my colleague from the Community Language Co-op with Pete Torres, and we are here today to provide language justice so that everyone can speak and hear in the language of their heart. So if you're joining us on Team, please go to the More menu and select Language and Speech, and then from there, you may select the language of your choice. And we can go ahead and get started.
And the next item on the agenda is opening remarks by Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted two things. City crews are in the middle of the fall cleanup right now, and I really wanted to thank them for all their work. The piles are really big at times, even on my small piece of land, and it's got to be tiring going street after street. So really appreciate all the work going into the fall cleanup. I also wanted to mention that I did a ride-along with the commercial trash operations in Austin. Did a great job of showing me day-to-day challenges and work. It's always good to remember all the folks that are keeping our infrastructure going, keeping the water clean and the trash picked up. So sees them at work, please give them a thank you as well. So thank you, Mayor.
And the next item is presentations and proclamations, with 4.1 being the presentation of Durango Library bookmark winners. It should be the Friends of the Library folks.
You'll be at the microphone. Yeah, we get all the kids up front. Come on, if you guys, the kids don't mind standing in front of the dais right now, you can have the presenters at the microphone. That'd be great. Okay. I think so.
Can you all hear me? I can use the mic. Can you all hear me now? Okay, great. Well, thank you for all of you coming out for the bookmark contest. I know that's right. This is an annual thing that we do once a year. It's sponsored by the Friends of the Library. And I don't see any Friends of the Library here, but they might be out there. It's also sponsored by Maria's. We're very generous in giving us our cards, our gift cards. And the first place winner gets $100 to spend at Maria's, and this runner-up gets $50. So with further ado, I'm going to start with our youngest, and we have a new category, kindergarten to second grade. And our winner is Clark. Where is Clark? Can you tell us a little bit about your book?
Yeah, I really like Dogman because in the back of their books, they have like the step-by-step how to draw like the characters in the book.
Wow, and you obviously did that, because look at, here, can I just hold it up?
Sure.
Look at that. Isn't that terrific?
Water bottle and a gift card and a bunch of your bookmarks.
Yeah, those. And the bookmarks are going to make their debut. You know what that means?
No.
They're going to be appearing on November 7th, which happens to be our book sale. So until then, they're not going to be given out, but you got special ones.
Special.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Clark. You want Clark to stay up here with us?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to, how about go over here?
Okay.
Okay, Mason? Mason, I loved yours. This is Mason's. History is made of choices. Choose courage. And the Night War, what is that a science fiction book or a?
No, it's a historical. It's about the perspective of a girl, a Jewish girl in
Oh,
World War II.
ooh,
And I really like it because I put it in perspective how lucky we are to not be experiencing all that tragedy
good.
like other people are experiencing
Oh.
right now.
Wow. Yes, hold it up. Look at that. Isn't that great? Okay, thank you, Mason. And then we have Envy. And this is Envy's. Sometimes you will never know the value of a moment until it becomes a memory. So you want to tell us about your book, Envy? Okay.
Dr. Seuss, because he has a lot of inspirational quotes,
Right.
and the books are also pretty good too. And Yeah.
Very good. Can I hold it up? Isn't that a great one? And you guys, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to, so don't get nervous. I'll talk for you. Okay, our next one is Cora. And Cora's is, I love this. You can't buy happiness, but you can buy books, especially at our book sale coming up. And that's kind of the same thing. You want to say anything about your book?
I didn't really find like a great quote from a book, so I just chose this.
Okay, and it was about books.
Yeah.
And look how appropriate it is. And our next one is Raya, but she couldn't be here. She's traveling. So this is her bookmark. And that neat one, it says, all we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. You want to hold this one too? And then we have Eva. I've been practicing your name. And she's from the high school. She goes, I'm not afraid of storms, for I'm still learning to sail myself. You want to say anything about your book?
I just really like this quote. So
Oh, okay. Okay, well, good. It's a neat quote. And I must admit, she and her sister have won before. They're quite an artistic family. And just so you know, when we're judging, we don't look at names. We just look at the artwork. Okay, and then Maggie. Maggie is our high school winner. And is more, if more of us valued food and cheer and song about hoarded gold, it would be a merrier world than the Hobbit. You want to say anything about that?
I think that The Hobbit is a book with a wonderful sense of adventure. It's a really great fantasy classic.
Good. All right. Oh, don't forget your prize. Okay, so I want to thank Maria's again for making this possible and giving you guys all your awards. And thank you all for coming out to see us win our awards. We have signs too. Okay.
Thanks. Billy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, okay, you guys, let's go get a picture. We're gonna get behind here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Photo op. So I go over there?
Oh, you just, as long as everybody's grouped together, I think you're fine.
Okay. You better be in front because you're the short.
Yeah.
Top.
And hold your bookmarks right up at Shim's. Like, really, so they all get in the picture.
Some new counselors, we got kids, everybody say smile on 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thanks.
We might be in the front page of the paper. Okay, we'll take your posters back because we're going to put them up in the library.
Yeah, right inside the front door.
Thank you guys for entering. Yeah, I got 3, you got 4, and then I'll pick Ryan.
You might have to go back halfway through the meeting. That is nice. Thanks for whoever.
Oh, great.
I know, I'm so excited about that now.
And the next item on the agenda is item 4.2, which is the library summer reading program update.
Well, thank you for having me. My name is Jenny Gechter. I work at the Durango Public Library. I'm the youth services manager there. And I don't know how I'm going to follow that because that was pretty great. But I have some more wonderful news about the work that the library has been doing, specifically about our summer reading program. All right, and is this my clicker here? All right, so we are a department of the city. And of course, this is right in line with our mission, vision, and values, especially while serving multi-generational communities. All right, so why do we do a summer reading program? Some people who aren't familiar with the library might not know. There are a few main reasons that we do. I'm not going to read through every slide here, but the first one is to prevent academic learning loss. During the summer, often progress that's made in the school year kind of slides down. We call that the summer slide. And so summer reading programs are intended to mitigate that slide so that when children return to school in the fall, some of that progress isn't lost. And then I'm going to skip all the way back, all the way down there to building equity in access to education. The library is for everyone. We have resources for everyone. Not everybody is fortunate enough to have the same academic resources. So we try to balance that out and provide for everybody. All right, so we had a summer reading program. Why did we make changes? Well, we'd been doing the same thing for about 10 years at Durango Public Library, and it was starting to feel a little bit stale. Our engagement was okay. We compared stats across the state, different places, similar libraries in Colorado and other states. And it was just kind of stagnant. It felt like it needed something to reinvigorate it. And so I am not going to read the longest sentence in the world to you, but this was the hypothesis that we came up with. I will focus on this bottom bit though. Our goal was increasing the total reading hours and preventing the summer learning loss or the summer slide while strengthening connection to the library. That was the goal here. And how did we do that? These were the different strategies that we implemented in order to do that. We extended our program dates. We made it go from 2 months to 2.5. It felt like a better fit for what our students were experiencing in the community as far as their actual break, and it gave more reading time. We rewarded efforts more frequently. Instead of having how we used to do it, we built a tiered prize system with multiple milestone levels. And that was up to 60 hours of reading to keep readers motivated long term. So that was part of it. The main goal here was creating sustainability through the entire summer instead of just focusing on that registration and then forgetting about it. So flexible and developmentally appropriate cards, and I actually have some for you guys if I can. And the ones that I'm giving you are only our 0 to 5. It's just an example. We did actually translate these. We were fully available in Spanish. We use an app. It's called Beanstack. So there's digital tracking and there's paper tracking available. The paper tracking feels more tangible for our littles so they can actually comprehend more of what's going on. So we just tried to make it more accessible, especially with language service, making these paper ones available. We are hoping that Beanstack will be accessible in Spanish, but at this time, it is not, unfortunately. Let's see, strategically placing prizes. I used a lot of glitter. I used a lot of sequins and I put it at eye level and I put it in a strategic place so that kids could see their peers and go, oh, what are they getting? So I'm not gonna lie, like I did, yeah, but it worked. It got kids excited about it. And then school engagement. We also kind of launched a new program. I've been working with my team on their relationships with schools. It used to be that one person, maybe 2 people in the department would reach out to schools and build those relationships. And I've developed a community or a school liaison project. So training staff to be able to connect so we can kind of divide and conquer and make more relationships with local schools. And finally, and maybe one of the things that I'm most proud of is the motivation and engagement piece. When we were out in those school visits, instead of buying a bunch of just stuff to reward kids with, we bought a couple things and then figured out how excited they got over them. Turns out they got really excited over squishy axolotls, like stress balls. So that was the thing that, I don't know, that's just what they loved this year. So we were very strategic with spending when it came to all that. Oh. How do I go back? So we knocked it out of the park. That's how we did. Here we have the 2024 stats versus 2025. And that's kind of hard to read right there, but the average hours per reader in 2024 was 21, and we knocked that all of that average, came all the way up to 26. So we increased 5 hours per reader on average. And if you look at minutes read, it's almost doubled to more than 1 million minutes read. Pretty proud of that. And let's see, so we've got some statistics here. I'll start with the teens, because let me be honest, if I had just started over here with our ages 12 to 17, that's a 57% increase from 2024 to 25. I would have been stoked. That is a great number. But then we come over here to ages 5 through 11, and that is a 115% increase. And oh, I think it's covering up. Oh, it is. This is, sorry, the top bit is covered up there. Comparative overall new registrations. This is the number of registrations we had. And then if we go over here to our 0 to 4s, that is actually a 225% increase. And there's a piece of that that I'll talk about later with adult participation, because this is focused on our youth program. We actually do have an adult program as well, but all of them were way up. So, and that really tall green one up there, that's 544 new registrations this year. All right, and this one is comparative overall minutes read, and that really tall green one for ages 5 through 11, that is 716,400 minutes just for that alone. It is a 128.5% increase. And age 0 to 4 over here is a 269% increase in total minutes read. So very, very excited about those. Maybe. All right, and this one is actually probably that's the slide I get the most excited about, is this one and the next one. So this is that sustained engagement piece. Usually when you see this chart, it looks like a line and then a drop for the rest of the summer. And that's not what we see here. Yeah, it's a little bit of a drop. We expect that, but this is pretty fantastic. This shows that the thing that we set out to do with sustained engagement did the thing. And this one, this little spike at the end, I genuinely think this is the kids at the end of summer going, I have to get my prizes. I have to get my time entered in. So I think it's a little bit of panic right there, but yeah, I kind of love that. And these next two charts are really just to show, yes, the program was 2 weeks longer. So we have week 10 and week 11, so it is longer, but it's also taller. So not only did it last longer, the kids were actually excited and engaged with the content. Same thing here, comparative minutes read, exact same pattern. So it did cost a little bit more than what we typically do. We spent about 50% more than we did last year, but we had raised positive outcomes of 90.7%. All right, so we had 4 main learnings from this experience. First of all, emphasizing family participation boosted adult engagement too. That adult summer program that I was talking about saw the best numbers it's seen in 8 years. And that a lot of that, I believe, is because parents, when people would come to the children's desk to register, I'd say, you know, you can do this too, right? Here, let me help you. Let me help you sign up. My whole team was fantastic about that. So, I mean, everybody really, like I said, everybody went up in numbers. We learned that flexibility builds access, offering both paper and digital tracking options ensured equitable participation for all families, especially when it came to considerations for language. And then we already knew, but we definitely learned engagement beats registration. A lot of times libraries will focus on those registration numbers and getting people in. That's what people report in their annual reports. And we did better than that this year, and I'm very proud of us. And then, of course, data and the feedback we received from the community showed great impact. Oh, I almost forgot. Let's see, this bit here, focusing on sustained engagement, not just signups, had a huge impact. Additionally, we are interested in exploring a collaboration with Durango School District because there has been talk of potentially students receiving higher scores returning to school this year. And I don't want to claim that that was all us and we did that, but it would be interesting to have a collaborative partnership with them in in previous year or in preceding years to see if there is a relationship, see if there is a correlation between those things. So anyway, that is all I have. If you have any questions, I would love to answer them.
No, thank you. It was wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very proud of my team.
And the next agenda item is city manager updates. And item 5.1 is a recognition of Durango Transit being named Large Community Transit Agency of the Year by the Colorado Association of Transit Agencies.
Yes, Mayor and Council. Come on up, Sarah. Come on up. Just want to give an opportunity to recognize the amazing work that our transit department does every day with getting people to their appointments, to work, just through town. And I think it's very awesome and very worthy of recognition to be named the Large Community Transit Agency of the Year by the Colorado Association of Transit Agencies. So definitely. So a great congratulations and recognition to our transit staff, and just give Sarah the opportunity to just talk a little bit about the what got us the award.
Oh, sure. Yeah, thank you all so much. I'm just really grateful and humbled to work with this team. There is so much that goes into running a daily transit service, and truly we were recognized for our implementation of the ZEV transition plan, for our expansion of the evening microtransit service, and having a really high satisfaction rating from our ridership. So we're very honored to be your award-winning transit team. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
And the next item on the agenda is 5.2, which is recognition of Durango being awarded the 2025 Core Values Award Organization of the Year framework for Fund Durango's New Era of Engagement by the International Association for Public Participation.
All right, Clancy, come on up. Mayor and Council, as you know, a couple years ago, we took the step in creating a community engagement program. And one of the steps was to hire a community engagement specialist, which we were very blessed and honored to get Clancy to fill that position. And some of the innovative programs that she's been able to lead, put together, like our Connect and Engage, some of our things like Nerds Night Out that we do for trivia and getting the community involved, has shown a lot of success within our organization, our community, but also being recognized outside of our community nationwide. So want to give Clancy some recognition, as well as our ELT that assist in a lot of these outreach efforts, and have her have an opportunity to just talk a little bit about the award and some of the things we're recognized for.
Hi, everybody. Wasn't expecting this, so thanks. Yeah, this doesn't come together without this wonderful team and you as council to be willing to hit the gas pedal and get going with very strategic engagement efforts and very thoughtful and authentic ways in which we're asking our community for their feedback. And of course, that doesn't come without our community either, because if y'all aren't showing up, there's no award to be had. So thank you all so much for being so engaged in our community and being willing to show up to make Durango even better. So thank you.
Thank you, Clancy.
And the next item on the agenda is number 6, committee, board, and liaison reports, including item 6.1, the Airport Commission quarterly report.
We do the airport report first, and then do the board reports after that.
It's just in the packet for the council's review.
Who wants to go first? Jessica?
Turn on my microphone. I feel like we've had a busy couple weeks. We had our budget retreat, which was great. Before that, I went to the Colorado Association of Ski Towns in Keystone. There was a lot of great topics that were brought up. Wildfire evacuation process that was really dialed in by a couple communities, and they gave presentations on it. Really focused in on vulnerable populations, shelter in place strategies, public notifications. It was super interesting. Also Durango Keystone started and implemented STR management just a year ago, and they've done it with AI, which has been super interesting, and they've learned a lot through that process. And so I got a lot of information on that. They talked about geothermal community gardens, and then we went into some hot topics and stuff. It was a shorter meeting because there was also the sustainability conference in conjunction with that that Marty was a part of. And so that was great. We also had the Alliance meeting this last week that I was a part of. And then probably the most impactful was today at 12:30. I had my city council office hours, and it was like standing room only in there. It was crazy. Luke had to print a sign up sheet real fast. But it was great. A lot of community input on a lot of things, not just the warming shelter, the ice rink, obviously, the speed limit that's being proposed on the art, sustainability. We had some people come in for that. And then a PFD program that is being proposed potentially, and some other things. So lots of great community input. I think we maybe need to get a sign-up sheet going forward because I heard Councilor Kosos was popular too. So we might need to organize that because it got a little wild. People got irritated. It was taking too long. So apologies to those that I didn't get to. There you go. It was beautiful. I took a photo with it. Yeah, it was great. So anyways, there we go.
Okay, Kip.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, you saw attached to the agenda the quarterly report for the Airport Commission. I would add that airport numbers continue to climb. Management by Tony and his team is just fantastic and continues to impress. Our last meeting did touch on the parking kind of merry-go-round we seem to be on with recently constructed parking filling up almost immediately, creating the need for more asphalt over more land for more parking. I think that's a cycle that can't be good for anyone. So I'm looking forward to discussions continuing around ways to provide more options to get to the airport rather than just building more and more parking spaces. So look forward to that. Thank you, Mayor.
Dave.
Thank you, Mayor. I was able to attend a Wildfire Watershed Protection Fund meeting this last Wednesday. We discussed engagement and how we're moving forward to get folks to literally and figuratively buy into mitigating their properties to prevent wildfire spread. There's many grants available for folks to offset their fire mitigation monies that are available. You can search up the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program if you're out there and you're interested in participating in this grant program. It goes into what programs are available and how to get a wildfire risk assessment done for your property. So definitely get that if you are interested. Lastly, there's a fire meta meeting coming soon where all the different fire prevention entities get together to discuss strategy, implementation, and connecting resources for agencies throughout the region. Also had my Chamber of Commerce meeting this morning. We discussed the Durango Rocks is coming up in February. The application deadline is coming up on the 31st of this month to nominate individuals and businesses in our county for one of the many awards. So get out there and do that if you think somebody is deserving of such an award. The Chamber also hosted the Legislative Action Coalition to represent that also represents the Energy Council and the Durango Area Association of Realtors. And so they were able to talk about what they do and the services they provide for the business community. So it was good to hear what all they are doing out on the legislative side of things. And then lastly, the Chamber sent out a survey polling members on their thoughts regarding a local tax initiative on the various local tax initiatives on the ballot this coming November. We discussed those survey results, and it was interesting to see how some of those members polled on those initiatives. I met with some folks from the Minimum Wage Coalition to have conversations around why they feel like raising the minimum wage is important in our community. So met with them. As Councilor Buell mentioned, we all attended the budget retreat last week, which is always informative, and 7 hours of number crunching and great conversation. So a lot of questions. We're gonna take numbers next time. Yep. And then lastly, Mayor Yazzie and myself walked through the residences at Durango with Senator Bennett to really look at what public-private partnership looks like in action. I got to ride the coattails when I came in of all of my predecessors' work and getting that thing to come to the forefront. So it was really good to just be there wearing the hard hat and taking the pictures and not really doing anything on the back end, but really having Senator Bennett there to walk through and see what those actionable items translate to and how we can move the needle on housing was really important. So really good conversations. Thank you.
All righty, so I was also busy. On Wednesday, October 8th, I did the walk and roll over in the Crestview neighborhood. We were talking about parking on the street. So we're still going to work on this issue long term. It was a really well turnout. About 8 families came out to talk about parking in their neighborhood. And then on the 9th, I went up to Fort Lewis College to participate in a discussion in Michael Brendan's political science class, and it was a good, rousing discussion, and I feel very fulfilled that the students up there are very curious in how civics works and how city council functions and how we get stuff done in government. And also that evening, I went to the Our Streets, Our Stories, which Kip also attended up at Manna, and that was really, really fulfilling. And then also the 10th with Dave to see Senator Bennett and the renovations happening there at the Best Western. And I was fortunate on the 13th when we had the budget retreat that I got invited to go to the Indigenous Day activities at Fort Lewis College. So I was able to miss 1 hour of the budget retreat. And so we went up to the NAC, and as some of you may know, that I graduated from Fort Lewis College in 1997 out of the business school. So I have close ties with them. And so we had a really great discussion about how to function in this society with the current things going on at the national level. And I just told them, you know what, get your education. So that was very fruitful. Then later in the week, on the 16th, I had Jill and Sarah from the Montessori school walk over here and with their class. And we had a session down here where all the students came up to me and presented their proposals for having the possibility of funding for a new playground equipment. And so it was very touching and cute that they all drew a little diagram on a piece of paper. Then they wrote to city council playground, you know, because they were all very young. And it was just really, really, it was really fun. And that's my kind of audience, you know. All righty. And I think that's about all.
Thank you. Excuse me. And the next item is a public comment on items under consideration of adoption.
Public comment is encouraged on agenda items set for consideration and a vote by the council tonight. Public comments on items not set for consideration by the council come later in the meeting. Please begin your comments by stating the agenda item set for a vote you intend to speak on, your full name, and if you are a resident of the city of Durango. Make your comments directly to the council. Do not expect a response from the council or staff. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, unless modified by the council. Unused time is not transferable to other speakers. Comments must be specific to the item you identified when you began your comments. Profanity, hate speech, personally derogatory remarks, speech unrelated to the item you identified, or other speech that is disruptive to the meeting will be ruled out of order by the chair, and any remaining time will be forfeited by the speaker. Exceeding the time limit infringes on the rights of others and is out of order. Only a majority vote of the council can modify time limits. Please note, you must sign up prior to the mayor calling the item on the agenda. Signing up after the item is called will result in your name not being called to speak.
Mayor, I've got one question for the clerk, if I could. We have lots of people that might be signing up for the sustainability public hearing, and I believe they might have signed up on the kiosk. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that they should or should not speak during this public comment period and should be speaking during the public hearing.
It would be during the public hearing, and
Okay.
we have their agenda items.
And you've
they
got
signed
that
up.
organized. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Counselor. So there's an assortment of items that folks are speaking on tonight. So we are going to go in order. And so there's one individual for item 8.6.5, which is the ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of fuel gas systems and gas-fired appliances within the city of Durango. And that is Cammie Renfro. Cammie Renfro indicated they're in person. Well, we can. And if Cammie is here, we could, of course, come back. So we will keep moving forward. And so the next item is going to be 11.2, which is the resolution authorizing the issuance of the temporary permit to operate an emergency warming center located at the Sacred Heart Catholic Church Parish Hall in the city of Durango. And the first individual to speak is Lori Dixon. Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. I apologize. Karen Chesser, excuse me, is the first person.
I'm Karen Chesser, Superintendent of the Durango School District, and I am asking if I can have 4 minutes to speak. 5 would be great.
Second.
Yeah, I can do a roll call. Counselor Buell?
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez? Counselor Koso?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
And Mayor Yazzie?
No.
I am Karen Chesser, Superintendent of the Durango School District. I have a home on East 6th Avenue selling next week, so I will be not living there, but anyway, I am a resident right now. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here representing the Durango School District and most importantly, the students, staff, and families of Park Elementary School. I want to begin by acknowledging something we all share, compassion for our neighbors who are unhoused, experiencing homelessness. Everyone deserves warmth, dignity, and support, especially during our harsh winter months. The work you're doing to provide these essential services matters deeply, and we support that mission. However, I must express serious concerns about the proposed location for the warming center, just 900 feet, 2 blocks from Park Elementary School. Over the past several years, Park Elementary has documented numerous troubling incidents involving individuals near campus. Parents and staff have reported people defecating on school property, engaging in sexual activity on school grounds, destroying student science projects, sleeping on school steps and entrances. Staff have found needles, vape pens, liquor bottles around campus. Students have been yelled at during recess. There have been break-ins, trespassing after hours, and adults attempting to engage with children on the playground. We have had to place the school on secure and lockdown numerous times because of various unsafe individuals around the school. And these aren't isolated incidents. They represent an ongoing pattern that has created genuine fear among parents and placed tremendous strain on our staff, who are educators, not security personnel. I want to be clear. We know that most people experiencing homelessness are just simply trying to survive and pose no threat. But we can't ignore the reality that concentrated services without adequate support infrastructure can create safety challenges, particularly near schools where our most vulnerable populations spend their days. We've seen this play out recently in our own community. The temporary warming center that was on 160 had over 40 calls to police in just a few months from November to March. Now we're considering a facility even closer to an elementary school. And it doesn't seem like we have a clear action plan outlining how the city, district, and law enforcement will coordinate to ensure student safety. Our district's first responsibility is protecting the physical and emotional well-being of every child. Parents trust us with their children each day, and that trust requires us to speak up when we see potential risks. So I'm here tonight with 2 respectful requests. First, we ask the council to reconsider this location and work collaboratively with us to identify an alternative site, one that can still serve our unhoused neighbors compassionately while maintaining appropriate distance from an elementary school. For example, some of the churches on Third Avenue that are not in close proximity to our schools might offer viable alternatives that could provide the same compassionate services in a more suitable location. And there may be other locations as well that better balance community need with student safety. Second, if this location moves forward, we need a comprehensive written safety and response plan developed jointly with the school and district, City of Durango law enforcement, and shelter operators before the center opens. And this just can't rely on volunteers. And we do not have personnel to supervise the security, and our SROs are stretched very thin. This plan must include dedicated law enforcement presence to ensure our students who walk to school each day are not in harm's way. It must also address how we prevent the school, the playground, and adjacent Fanto Park from becoming gathering spots while people wait for the center to open, or during hours when it's closed or when it's not open for the evening. Please, we need clear protocols, adequate security measures, defined response times, and regular communication channels. Our families deserve to know their children are protected. We're not asking you to abandon compassion. We're asking you to extend that same compassion to 400 elementary school children who deserve to learn in a safe environment. There has to be a solution that honors both the dignity of people experiencing homelessness and the safety of our students. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available to answer questions, and I'm committed to working together on a solution that serves our entire community.
And the next individual signed up to speak about 11.2 is Carter Hampton.
I'm Carter Hampton, and I am not a resident of City of Durango, just La Plata County. I've had the honor of being a founding member of the Interfaith Alliance. That is the group that brought forth the Warming Center last year and the group that has brought forth the Warming Center this year. It is made up of 18 communities, one of which is the Dharma Center, the other is Har Shalom, and 16 Christian communities that we know of as churches. I've had the honor of moving forward the first project of the group, which was Laundry Love. That big a group, it's hard to come with the consensus, but the consensus was it really boils down to human dignity. And so we brought forth a national program to wash clothes for the unhoused and their family members. And that brought about a new reality, fear. Think to yourself, do you want to show off your underwear? Especially if you're in the unhoused community, to a bunch of strangers you don't know? We're now about to complete our 2 years. We've gone over 2,000 laundry loads. And when we broke 1,000, you saw us in the newspaper and a young daughter of a mother that was unhoused. Question is, where does she go to school? In 9R. But I'm here to talk about that fear, because we knew what overcame fear was dignity. What brings back volunteers over and over again each month, what brings the volunteers to the night shelter last year and that will bring the volunteers this year, is the concept of simple dignity. Part of that may be concerning to others, that who would turn their child loose at 7 o'clock in the morning when the temperature is under 15 degrees and it's dark. But dignity to another human being to spend a few hours in the warmth brings something else, just like clean clothes. It brings joy to the individual with the clean clothes. It brings joy to the individual that had an opportunity to sleep for a few hours in the warmth. And that's what the Warming Center is all about, to avoid a damage that we cannot take back ever. So it's a pleasure for me to ask, vote for dignity, vote for joy. Thank you.
Excuse me, Carter. Carter, if you need 2 more minutes to continue, I think you should, because we allowed 5 minutes for one individual. I would like to have an equitable hearing. If everybody needs 5 minutes, I'd like to make that motion.
We have so many people here, Mayor, and all I'm
Well,
saying
that-
is the
That's
superintendent.
why I've said no to giving her more time, because I think everybody should deserve the same amount of time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I look around and see a lot.
Wait a second.
A lot of
There's a motion on the floor that needs a second because the motion was just for one individual. The mayor suggested that it be for all individuals. That needs a second to be considered or the 3-minute stance.
Counselor Gonzalez, Mayor Yazzie, Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
Yeah.
Counselor Koso.
Yes.
So that's 5 minutes for everybody on this topic.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, counselors. The only thing that I would add to mine is the group has launched Laundry Love. We provided for our candidate forum this year. We launched Housewarming Love. So it is a group, a big group when you think of all the members of the community that are participating in the I'll be able to talk here in a minute, the Interfaith Alliance, and all the people that support that. Yes, I am also a board member of NINA. NINA is funding the center because they can raise money and spend it accordingly. And so it's just a large group that has put in a great deal of work. We have not been hiding. We are not we are very transparent. We've been working on this since March. And so, yes, I too was a volunteer last year, and I can look around this room and see a whole bunch of people that don't tell my mother, I spent the night with. I don't have any recollection of a large number of incidents, but I did visit with police officers during the night because we were all up, and it went surprisingly well, except for one incident. And so the only other thing I would say is there is a myth that poor people and homeless people that live in their car are on drugs. They don't have any money to buy drugs. Yes, maybe they may have gotten there that way, but that money is long gone. And none of us are reading in the Herald about any type of crime spree to finance drug use in the city of Durango. But thank you for their time.
And the next individual to sign up to speak on this item is Wayne Linsenmeyer.
Hi, my name is Wayne Linsenmeyer, and I live in La Plata County. I'm in favor of the emergency warming center at Sacred Heart Parish because the temperature goes down 15 degrees. It gets cold, and unhoused folks need a place to go when it's cold. I can't even imagine. I have a home, and I can't even imagine being out at night. When I walk my dogs, about midnight, it is freezing already to me. But Sacred Heart wants to open its doors to help and to approve the warming center at Parish Hall. 21 volunteers were given surveys to conduct each address around the parish to determine the views of their living there. We asked those were regarding their support to and or non-support for the emergency warming center. Out of 177 responses, we got 156 were supportive, which represents about 88% of the neighborhood residents. Busing folks from Manna Soup Kitchen to the warming center has been discussed and has come up with a plan, hopefully, to transport folks in the evening and back again in the morning. They have 20 cots, blankets, light evening meals, food, breakfast, are provided, would be provided. Trained workers will be certified to, excuse me, to assist the folks' needs while they are there at the warming center. The emergency warming center is not just a response to weather. It reflects who we are when we come together. With the support, we assure that no one in our community is left out in the cold. I just hope that you can pass this ordinance. These guys need a place to go. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Excuse me. Excuse me, could we hold the applause, please?
And the next individual signed up to speak is Stacy Bowe. Stacy Bowe, Stacy Bio.
Is she online?
I'm seeing that Stacy. Oh, you know what? Stacy did identify that she's online. Yeah, I could bump them in.
Stacy, if you unmute your mic, you can speak.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. My name is Stacy Bowe. I am not a resident of Durango. I live in La Plata County, but I am a parent at Park Elementary School and also on the School Accountability Committee, which supports the school and the administration to be more effective as educators in the community. I want to start off by saying thank you so much for bringing this project and your passion behind it. I wholeheartedly am behind your work and what you're trying to do for the unhoused in our community. Very much appreciate your dedication to this. I am in support of Dr. Chesser's remarks. Park Elementary is in a unique location in the city and is often, as she outlined, dealing with challenges from individuals and crime, just given our location near the highway and the river trail and Horse Gulch. And that is an ongoing challenge for parents and teachers to deal with. I have friends that have had to get teachers help them remove drunk individuals from the wood chips at the playground at 7:30 in the morning, and other instances that we have witnessed as a parent community as well. And while we have good partnership with Durango PD, there isn't enough resources for parents and teachers to be having to deal with these types of situations. It's not appropriate for them to. So we would like to ask you to please, or I would like to ask you to please reconsider the location, and at a minimum, just take a step back and consider Park Elementary and the 400 families that go there as part of the community that you're surveying. We did not get any information about this, nor were you asked to take a survey, and being able to be involved at that level would really help all of us feel like we were being heard. Just as the mayor gave everybody 5 minutes today, having that kind of community involvement at an equitable level would be really appreciated for a project at this scale. Finally, if we aren't able to reconsider the location and get community involvement, I definitely agree with Dr. Chesser in terms of ensuring that there's an adequate safety plan in place to make sure that park admin and teachers have enough support to be able to manage all of the potential challenges that could be arising. And if no challenges arise, that is the best case scenario, but I think we need to expect that some will, just given the history of the last warming center. So thank you very much for your time and good luck with your decision.
And the next individual to speak on this item is Tamara Hoyer, and looks like Tamara's in person.
Park Elementary. I've lived in the neighborhood for 12 years. I have a PhD in clinical psychology. I was a special ed teacher in inner city Chicago before getting my doctorate. I worked with sexually abused children, addicted persons, adolescents, and grown-ups for 35 years. I moved here. I volunteered for 5 years in Park. I know the staff and some of the staff that are no longer there. I worked with the counselor who gave me a caseload so I could be their personal coach for those kids. I know the neighborhood really well. I know a lot of the kids in the neighborhood and my neighbors. I do want to point out that a lot of the people in the neighborhood are very familiar with our local homeless, and a lot of the people that voted and were part of the survey have children at Park. We live with our homeless neighbors. In the summertime, there are more transients, just like there are tourists and travelers coming through, and there is an upswing of all kinds of different behaviors at different seasons. When we're looking at the data from the homeless or the shelter last year, please remember it's in a different location. That's where a lot of people are dug in for the winter. Many fewer over in our area. There have been drunk individuals in our neighborhood that are not homeless. We've helped move them ourselves. Some of the behaviors, there's a difference between the behaviors that are messy, concerning, and dangerous. And I think that if we're going to do incident analysis, we have to look at the definitions there. I do want to point out something else that we're doing is this is a very dangerous world to raise children in. And I think it takes great courage to be teachers and parents in this culture. And I was a teacher 35 years ago, so it's changed. I was in West Virginia. That is a Wild West. Out west of town is a Wild West as well. Less so in our neighborhood, and we neighbors know this. We have our children outside. We are concerned about their safety, but it comes from so many angles. I think we all are aware of it, some of which we see, some of which are online, some of them come out of left field. My nephew alone is a little worried about school shootings. He lives in South Carolina and wants to homeschool his child. We had a discussion about that because it comes from so many other areas. So the thing I want to suggest is that some of the fear is based on not very well collected and detailed analysis of what these incidents are. What are these incidents? What time are they happening? And really, last year people weren't sleeping. They were hanging out because they could come in and get food. This is going to be a sleeping shelter. It's going to be backed by volunteers that are seriously considering having the back of the children and Park and the neighborhoods. I have been a volunteer and I will also be a volunteer. Some of the volunteers have been police or law enforcement people, judicial people, nurses, having psychological training. I mean, we know how to de-escalate. And so I think that this all has to be considered. The most problem I had when I did a survey was a neighbor who, when I came to his front door to knock, he came to me and said, I could shoot you. And he was not kidding. All right. I've had neighbors in my neighborhood who have been in my face, and we all have. I have not had any problem with the homeless, including all of the many hundreds of hours of contact I've had with them. So I want people to realize that we have a tendency to profile out of fear and not enough data or personal experience with a broad range of people that are homeless. And I just ask people to pay attention that we all profile. In fact, we're all profiling this moment as I speak and listen to everyone. And that's not the best part of ourselves. I think it's useful to notice when we're profiling and when we're really basing it on actual extended experience and some personal knowledge of interactions and a history of interactions and relationships. And that messy behavior is not dangerous behavior. Across the whole community, actually. And I simply ask people to continue to reach into our best part because we all have that. But balance the fear with the best part and give the shelter a shot, because we're going to try to set up as many mechanisms, and a lot of us volunteers will be definitely capable of de-escalating and handling a lot of things that won't even come on the radar of law enforcement. Thank you for listening. I'm glad I had a little extra time.
And the next individual is Donna Rialt in person. Here she is.
My name is Donna Rowe, and I live in the city limits of Durango. I am a member of the Neighbors in Need Alliance Board, and which also known as NINA, and serve on the Emergency Warming Center Council. I would like to share with you some operational guidelines for the Warming Center. A few facts. The Warming Center is open to anyone, regardless of background or circumstances. The maximum number of guests we will serve each night is 20. The warming center will be a safe and a welcoming environment, and the warm location will prevent injury or death from exposure to extreme cold. Essential resources will be provided, such as blankets, cots for sleeping, hot drinks, an evening light meal, breakfast, and restrooms. Food will be provided by Manna, and cots and covers and blankets will be provided by the American Red Cross. Community support and volunteers are essential to ensure the warming center's success. All guests will be registered when they come into the facility and will be required to sign a behavioral agreement. Guests will be encouraged to stay away from Park School as respect for the neighborhood and school. We did meet at Park Elementary and to try to discuss the warming center and learn how we could work together. We have numerous times asked for meetings with people at Park Schools and with the school board. We wanted to meet with the parents. We wanted to resolve these issues before we got to this point. And we are willing and would love to have the opportunity to do that. Pets will be allowed at the warming center and must always be on a leash and under control. There will be no drugs, no alcohol, no smoking, no vaping, and no marijuana. Knives and firearms will not be allowed inside the building or on the premises. There will be separate and well-defined sleeping areas for men, women, and families. I'll also mention that we did evaluate 18 different locations in trying to find a place for the warming center. None of them were appropriate. There is no other place. We worked with 2 realtors. We did our due diligence. This is the only location that we can provide a safe place for people to sleep. All volunteers will receive training in trauma-informed care and how to maintain a safe environment. The warming center will not open if we do not have adequate staffing. We plan on having a paid coordinator. We will have 1 volunteer who will do nothing but watch for fires, and we will have 2 additional volunteers. The Emergency Warming Center Council is committed to working with neighbors, with Park Elementary, Sacred Heart Parish, and anyone to address any issues that arise. We are respectfully requesting approval of the use of space at Sacred Heart Parish Hall this winter. Thank you.
The next individual signed up to speak is Joel Birdie.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joel Birdie. I'm a resident of Durango. I'm a clinical social worker and a street outreach worker with 10 years of learning from, celebrating, and laughing with our unhoused neighbors. And typically I talk here about what makes my job hard or what makes my heart hurt. But I really want to tell you what a soulful joy it can be to do the work we do and the beautiful experiences that are to come once you approve the Sacred Heart Church community hosting the Emergency Warming Center. As outreach workers, we get to connect with our fellow neighbors with deep intimacy, a rarity I know many of us crave in this collective time of separation. We quickly get a taste of people's creativity, humor, art, wisdom, and the magic that they bring to this world. They gift this to me without asking for anything in return. The generosity of spirit is always present in this community. And while of course come the raw moments of being real with the horrors of someone's homelessness, these are also joined by fits of laughter, a true exhale, a wave of relief, and renewed trust. I'm a student to my people every day, and I know it's a gift. And I look forward to the Sacred Heart community and its volunteers and surrounding neighbors and school children also being stewards of this gift and gaining so much in the same ways that I have. This is an opportunity to know the sweetness of life in connection and inspiration. Living life without blinders on not only gives us the opportunity to lean into what is morally right, but what feels right in our bodies. I trust my house neighbors and teachers to protect themselves even when living and working in diversified community, to have the important conversation with their children about why the world allows homelessness to happen. As a trauma-focused therapist, I can share that trauma and substance use recovery is dependent on human connection. It's not an opinion, it's literally biology. Simply presence and acknowledgement, hey, I see you there, I do not fear you, literally sends neurological signals of safety to our minds and bodies. And over time, the satisfaction and satiation that people get from this, I see you and you are welcome here, literally decreases the physiological need for substances. That, combined with eliminating the threat of dying tonight due to cold exposure, is an offering that is at its root sacred. It returns us to our nature as humans to exist in reciprocity and generosity. That is how we survive. And homelessness is here to stay, potentially in dramatic ways. We are obligated to make room for our unsheltered and immigrant siblings, to say, come on in, you are welcome here. And pretty quickly, some people here in this room and our loved ones may soon need that same grace. Thank you for approving the Emergency Warming Center at Sacred Heart. We're in this with you.
And the next individual signed up to speak is Joel Peliquin.
Hi there. I'm Joe Peliquin. I'm a resident of La Plata County. I work for Community Investment Alliance as a case manager. We support people on the whole spectrum of homelessness, from being on the streets to getting them to transitional housing to, sorry, I'm really nervous right now. Just naming that. Laugh about it. Continue. We support people who are homeless in transitional housing and in permanent housing, full spectrum. My primary work is as a housing stability case manager. People that we've gotten to permanent housing, I help them stay in housing. When I think about the emergency warming center, it's pretty simple for me. If we open it, people are not going to die from frostbite and freezing injuries this winter. If we don't, that's a serious risk. These people are our neighbors, they're part of our community, and that's what we're voting on. We're voting on their lives. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak on this topic is Cynthia Roebuck.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Cynthia Roebuck. I live in town in Durango. I am currently a NENA board member and also a part of the Neighbors in Need Faith Alliance. So, and I also have stood here countless over the last 25 years because I was a planner and I represented and I brought many, many projects forward and have worked through and worked with the staff and everyone else. And I have to tell you, the reason I chose to speak today is that the last 3 or 4 months have been such a gift to me to watch. And I want to say thank you to your staff, to your planning staff, to your city manager, to everyone in the city council who has opened and listened, to all of the people who are on the NENA board, all of the street, all the people that work, all the the amount of working together, the police department, the fire department. Everyone has stepped up, and I haven't seen that kind of thing happen in a long time here. So this has been not a, yeah, kick it down the road or send you out over here or that's your problem. It was a, we're going to try to figure out how to make this work. And there's a lot of compromise that has to happen and a lot of care. And I think I understand the school's concern and the reason that they need to step up. And I think that the concept of putting together a really good safety plan for that area when the warming center is working or is open is really important. I actually think, I'm hoping, and maybe this is naive on my part, but I think that a lot of the things that we're hearing reported as problems in the area will actually be addressed. It'll be safer. You're going to have a real police presence. You're going to have a lot of other people who care a lot, who are going to be paying really close attention to what's going on around that, because we want it to work. And the other people that I think about a lot are first of all, you know, just the thought that people are out there. There are moms with kids. There are, from the youth organization, there are 15, 16, 17-year-olds who are homeless in our community, who are out there, who 15 is cold. I mean, this is not, we're not asking for a luxury situation here. We're talking desperate times. But also, I've done quite a bit of work. I worked on the Best Western. I was the one who took it all through planning and helped them figure out and how to make that work. And so I've also worked with the police department a lot, and they've come and spoken. And I know how hard it is to ask our police officers to roust people and send them and move them and not have any place to send them. I mean, I think they don't want to find dead bodies. And I've heard that. That's verbatim. We need to give them the opportunity to have a place to help people also. So I think it's really reflective, and I do support working with, you know, having all the organizations come together as they have continued and continue to work on a safety plan and all of those things. I think we can work everything out, but we need your support now. So I hope you give us the opportunity to try to do all of that. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak is Maisie Jane Renfro.
Hi, my name is Maisie Jane Renfro. I'm a resident of Durango, and specifically of the neighborhood surrounding Sacred Heart. And I'm here to voice my strong support for the Emergency Warming Center. And I'd like to speak specifically on the concerns of many parents of Park Elementary, or of students attending that school. Homelessness exists in Durango, whether we acknowledge it or not. And it is only increasing, and it will only increase through the lifetimes of these children. So, children will have encounters with homeless people in the world, and it is a fact of the times that we're alive in. But with this emergency warming center, children will not only have real life role modeling of compassion and community care, but it will be in a contained, structured, and temporary effort where all eyes are on the children and their safety is prioritized every step of the way. Also, apart from safety, it is just a willing cruelty to prioritize our own comfort over other people's survival. The warming center will prevent trauma, injury, and death. It is the bare minimum of community care. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak under this topic is Dave Lipnick.
Hello, I'm Dave Lipnick. I'm a resident of Durango, And I'm a volunteer. I sit in Schneider Park several hours a day, most days of the week. And I know these people personally, and I know that they really appreciate the opportunity to not have to die at that temperature. They really would appreciate that opportunity to be there. And they will try to show their appreciation as much as they can. They are some of the most generous people I've ever known. Their compassion goes a really long way. So I hope your decision here shows the compassion that you all have, as opposed to the concern for things that happen in the daytime rather than at night. Thank you.
The next individual signed up to speak is Cami Renfro.
Hi, I'm Cami Renfro. I live just under 3 blocks from the center, the proposed center. I'm in strong support. That was my daughter who just spoke a couple ago. I understand the concern for not wanting to extend teachers and the school system any more than it is. They're already underfunded. I don't think, if we really think about putting ourselves in the shoes of somebody leaving a shelter at 7 a.m., the coldest hour of most January days, that's not likely a time where a person's going to go out of their way to create problems for other people. We're all focused at that point at 15 degrees. We're focused on getting to our next warm spot, staying safe, protecting our friends. So as much as I agree we don't want the school system to have to take anything else on, I think the people at the shelter seem so prepared to be fully transparent and working with any issues that come up. They just want a win-win for everybody. And I just see it as a win for the whole community, because we're all walking around with the moral injury all the time of living like this, allowing this to happen around us. If we can imagine what it might feel like to live in a culture where we have each other's backs, where if you have to stop and rest a little while and you can't keep up, the loving people around you, the neighbors around you, don't throw you away. Like, they're very good people. We're all good people. We're all trying to be good people. And yet we're allowing this to happen. And that's a horrifying thing when you can't keep up, when you notice that the people who would otherwise completely be your allies can hardly even look at you anymore, because there's this othering that happens so easy in our culture. And it doesn't have to be like that. I just had a friend visit from Germany, and she says, you're not seeing it there. If somebody's falling into a homeless state or starting to be able to not keep up or really struggling with addiction, there's no room for it to happen. And people will step in very quickly. It just can't fall through the cracks that far because there are programs set up to catch them. We can get there. We don't have to live like this. And this is a nice, very easy step to start into. These people who are putting it into place have already worked so hard to make it happen. And I'm just hearing a lot of support around the neighborhood for the rest of us wanting to jump in and contribute too. So if there is trouble with the school, with the kids, I think you've got a whole neighborhood ready to also help if there needs to be some extra support, but I just can't see it. If you think about leaving at 7 a.m. just before sunrise in January, that's the coldest hour. You're not focused on messing with people. And besides that, the people who end up marginalized in our communities are not the dangerous ones. It's those of us who have power and let it happen. So right now we've got this great opportunity for a win, and I am in support. Thank you so much for listening, everybody.
And the next individual to speak about this topic is Debbie Hsu.
My name is Debbie Hsu. I live in Durango, and I'm the rector at St. Mark's Episcopal Church. One of the saints of our parish was Marilyn Baker. Before she died a few years ago, she came and told me that her family no longer needed a plot they'd purchased in our memorial garden. I want you to use it for someone who really needs it, maybe especially someone who's homeless. I regret to say that now I have a need for that spot. I'd gotten to know Brock Connor because he lived with a parishioner in a trailer next to the dog park. We'd just gotten a dog, and I had frequent conversations with him and got to know his own beautiful black dog. Ironically, he and parishioner Paul had to move out when it looked like Nina was going to be able to use the land for a managed camp. The trailer was torn down and Brock had nowhere to go. He called me repeatedly, asking if I knew anyone who could give him a room. Cancer had required a trach for him, and he had to have a shower where he could keep it unclogged. I felt awful every time I saw his name on my phone because my answer was always the same. No, I didn't know anyone who was able to offer him a room. A few months later, parishioner Paul came to me and said that Brock's body had been found. With that beautiful dog, he'd driven back to the spot where they used to live, parked his car, and was found frozen to death the next morning. I'm here because I don't want any more Brocks in our community. I worship a God who commands me to love God and to love neighbor. And supporting this emergency warming center is one small way I can love my neighbor. The planning for the center has been thoughtful and thorough. The good people of Sacred Heart have opened their hearts in their building. The number of guests will remain small. Staffing will be more than adequate. Community members are willing to serve as volunteers. It will be open only at night and only on the coldest and most dangerous of nights. I helped canvass the neighborhood, which was a fun way for me to meet new people in my neighborhood. But it was also a heartening experience because I found so many who said they supported the idea. To quote one mom with young kids, absolutely, no one should have to die of exposure. The truth is, it could be any of us if circumstances were right. My family lives 2 short blocks away, and my husband and I, who both have long experience with this population, have offered to serve as backup if any unusual situations arise that might need additional help. Please help me love my neighbors in this way by approving the opening of the center. Thanks for your time and your commitment to our community.
And the next individual signed up to speak is Russell Becker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm a volunteer at MANA, and I volunteered at the Warming Center last year. And I just want to tell you that you can't do that and not be touched. These folks are very vulnerable, and I could bore you with all kinds of stories, but my 5 minutes wouldn't allow. But they just need a warm place on, just like the people before me have said, on the coldest of nights. And I just asked you to reach down into your hearts and give them that. And I will volunteer again once you pass this, and I will do my very best to make sure it's a safe environment. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak is Elena George.
Hi, my name is Alina, and thank you for this opportunity. I am a resident of Durango. I live 3 blocks from the Sacred Heart, so I'm close. I did volunteer last year at the warming shelter, and it opened my heart. I have to say I had a little bit of concern, but I did it because it's what our community needs to do, to reach out and help each other and those who are less fortunate. And I won't stop. I just fell in love with this little community. I saw them greet each other and help each other, and a lot of warmth among the guests at the emergency shelter. And I'm hoping we can get some sleeping cots for them this year, because it was a little rough last year keeping everybody awake, kind of rude. So I am hoping that you do pass this. Like, I don't have a lot to add. I think you've heard a lot of the facts. So I'm just letting you know that my heart was opened, and I hope that the community's now is too. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak is Carolyn Hunter.
Good evening, City Councilors. I'm Carolyn Hunter, and I'm speaking here only as a volunteer for the Emergency Warming Center and a longtime member of NINA and also a city resident. Some may wonder why a person without housing would stay here in Durango through our cold winters. It's because our winter folks have very strong connections to Durango. They've told me that their family and friends are here. This is their strongest support system, the place they're most likely to survive. Unhoused people are much more likely to be victims of crime than perpetrators. While serving at the warming center last winter, our guests were polite and cooperative. They were just happy to be indoors and get a small meal to eat. With this new center, they'll get a good night's sleep as well, which is so critical to a person making life-altering decisions. Last winter, one unhoused person died in South Durango. I heard about it at one of the Engage forums that Clancy ran. This warming center is a humane solution, and it's necessary to save human lives. In our door-to-door survey of the block with Sacred Heart Church, right across the street from the admin building, it was wonderful to see the genuine support of these neighbors who said things like, "I want to help our unhoused people." And as you heard, 88% of the respondents to this survey were supportive of the warming center at this location. A civilization is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable members. This South Durango neighborhood gets top grades for their true compassion. Please do approve this center at this location. Thank you.
The next individual signed up is Julia Conley.
Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Julia Conley, and I'm a resident of Durango. I actually live about 5 blocks away from Sacred Heart, and I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the Emergency Warming Center. As we all know, Durango nights can dip way below 15 degrees many nights during the winter. And a warming center is not just a compassionate solution, it's a life-saving solution. As we just heard, someone died last year in Durango South. And beyond that critical function, a warming center serves as an essential point of connection. Staff and volunteers can make appropriate referrals for folks to better connect to existing services in town. These brief moments of contact can ensure getting enrolled in Medicaid, reconnecting with a case manager, and even getting into housing programs. And when I say this as someone who was a volunteer and a coordinator there last year and also worked as a street outreach case manager here in town. Also, operating a warming center reduces the strain on our first responders. I've heard from a friend who works at the downtown's fire station that it's not uncommon that multiple times in a single evening, unhoused neighbors ring their doorbell asking for a warm place to be or even just a blanket. Our firefighters, police officers, EMTs work tirelessly, and a warming center would minimize these type of calls and allow them to focus more on their core duties, which is keeping the whole community safe. I also want to acknowledge that MANA, NINA, and the Red Cross have all expressed a commitment to collaboration, meeting all the needs of our community. I work with all these organizations through my work as a street outreach case manager, and as well as a volunteer and a coordinator last year, and know them to be eager to implement feedback to ensure the safety plan, cleanliness, and respect of the surrounding neighborhood, especially Park Elementary School. What I heard from Park was a super fair concern, and I've had no doubt with their collaboration, we can have a warming center that promotes the well-being of our entire community. I urge you to vote yes on the Warming Center at Sacred Heart. We live in an era where it so often feels like there's so little we can do to fight against the injustices in our world. And sitting in that discomfort is terrible. Providing folks with a warm place to rest on our coldest nights is something very much in our power right now, thanks to the hard work of Nina especially. I urge you to vote yes on the Warming Center at Sacred Heart. Let's ensure that no one in our city has to face a freezing night alone. Thank you.
The next individual signed up is Jessica Harrison.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jessica Harrison. I'm a resident of La Plata County. My child goes to Park Elementary. My daughter just moved on to middle school and also went to Park Elementary. Our concerns with Park Elementary, our hearts go out to everybody who needs a warming center. It is specifically the close proximity to our school. Currently, our school has had several incidents that Karen Chesser has already alluded to. Some of those I've seen firsthand being a volunteer in the school. One of the biggest one is the defecation of animal and human feces at Fanto Park. Children do not watch where they're going. Not everybody cleans up after their dog. One trip up the slide, 3 kids go down the slide. Now we have a huge problem. We know there's a possibility for increased adult loitering, and that is our biggest concern. So we urge you guys to think of the location and think of other alternatives to this location. If this is where City Council truly feels this warming center needs to be, then we urge you to try to help us figure out resources to keep our children safe. We've had several instances where we've had to put the school on lockdown because of individuals trying to interact with the children on the playground, being preschoolers all the way up to grade 4. It's very disruptive to the day. Kids have a hard time recovering from that. And so do teachers have a hard time trying to get the students back on tasks. I know the survey that went around to the neighborhoods around Sacred Heart, Park Elementary was not involved in that, nor has several of the families who live close to Park Elementary didn't know about the warming center either. So we just encourage you guys to please think of all aspects of this warming center. Thank you.
And then the last individual signed up to speak under this topic is Zoe Coleman.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on a really important issue. My name is Zoe Coleman. I'm a resident of Durango and also a case manager working with the unhoused population in our community. I live about 5 blocks from the Sacred Heart Church. Thank you. Having worked with the unhoused community for over 2 years in this town, I have witnessed firsthand the vital need for an emergency warming shelter in our community to provide a safe, consistent place for our community members most at risk to be during the coldest nights. These prolonged temperatures put our most vulnerable community members, elderly and disabled individuals, families struggling to find stable housing, and many who lack adequate heating at a risk of hypothermia and weather-related injuries. Further, the loss of benefits programs this month and next, and for the foreseeable future, many families face additional loss of income that impacts their ability to keep themselves and their children safe and warm during freezing nights this winter. The proposed emergency warming shelter is an essential step to protect our community members and save lives. In my work, I've gotten to know a variety of people who complicate the narrative of homelessness in our town. Many found themselves unexpectedly on the streets due to unexpected medical costs, layoffs from work, family emergencies, and domestic violence, among others. While I am grateful for the numerous organizations in Durango mentioned tonight working to provide food, sleeping bags, and life-saving resources, as well as community members donating them and we drive around and pick them up, the funding for these programs, including the rapid rehousing program I work for, are at risk and continue to be cut. My clients are resilient people. I talk with them and they tell me about sleeping curled in cardboard, about swaddling their babies in the backseat of cars during the winters, of staying up all night just so they don't freeze in their sleep, of trying to rent hotel rooms in our town, but because they don't have a credit card, they are turned away. Often our shelter is full, the safe house is full, and on the coldest nights under 15 degrees, there needs to be another option to keep our community safe. Many of the clients I work with have lived in Durango for longer than most of my friends who enjoy the beauty of this town. And yet they face daily trauma, uncertainty, and pain as they are forced away and out of sight. What an opportunity the center is to show we as a community do care, to educate ourselves and each other about the reality of our community, our world, and build deeper, more compassionate connections between us all. I am grateful for Sacred Heart Church for taking the lead and offering us a chance to make the moral choice, a choice to seek a solution rather than avert our gazes, and because homelessness is uncomfortable and unfamiliar for many. This emergency warming center offers a centralized, coordinated, funded shelter with rules and regulations with trained volunteers. The Sacred Heart Emergency Warming Center team plans to use best practices and policies to maintain safety and organization of the beds, resources, and expectations, creating a framework of care and safety that's predictable. Additionally, as Julia mentioned, the warming center will reduce the need for police, EMT, firefighters, and first responders by lessening the number of at-risk individuals on the street during these frigid nights. Homelessness is visible throughout our town, not just where the center opens. Last year, the shelter was open for 19 nights total. I understand the hesitation parents and teachers feel, and also want to emphasize that many of the people needing the shelter are the families who send their children to these schools. I was a fourth grade teacher and know firsthand the importance of all my students getting sleep and having safety, no matter their living situation. The neighborhood members were given information, asked their opinions, with the majority strongly in support of the warming center. I therefore urge you to take this opportunity to not only demonstrate the values of our Durango community in supporting all residents across racial and socioeconomic lines, but in this time of fear and uncertainty, for so many, protect and save the lives of those most in need. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on to item 12.1 and public comment for item 12.1, which is an ordinance amending in pertinent part the Durango Code of Ordinances, Chapter 17, Offenses, Article 3, Offenses against the Person by adding 17-44 speed restrictions on multi-use trails. And the first individual signed up to speak for that item is Andrew Allport. Andrew Allport.
Andrew's online. If you want to unmute your microphone, you're good to go.
Andrew Allport.
He's online, Ben.
Okay.
Andrew, you can unmute your microphone.
Hello.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. I wanted to offer a quick commentary. My name is Andrew Allport. I'm speaking on behalf of the organization Bike Durango, and I understand that you'd like to make some changes to safety on the Animas River Trail, which I think we're all in favor of. However, I think that the plan as currently written raises some real uncertainty and some problems. Having a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit for bicycles on the Animas River Trail is, I think, too low. It doesn't seem to be in line with any peer river trails speed limit in Colorado that I can see. I also think that the kind of behavior that we're trying to eliminate is already by and large illegal in the city code. It's illegal to ride recklessly, it's illegal to endanger others, and it's illegal to ride a class 3 throttle e-bike. So I think rather than new law with kind of vague enforcement and a whole new paradigm, we should just stick with what we have and do a better job of enforcing the current codes rather than changing things and adding more complexity and ambiguity for people and $100 ticket. So that's all I have to say, and I hope that you guys find a way to make positive changes to that code in a way that makes us all safer, but also that makes the bike path usable for all users. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak on this item is Richard Reynolds.
As you know, Paula Lutz and I have been advocating for some changes in the safety issues on the Animas River Trail for the past 7 months, and we're very happy that you're trying to address this. We have a concern over the subjectivity of your ordinance, and I just want to point out a couple of things about that. The problem with subjectivity, as you probably all know, is it leads to inconsistent enforcement. It can show lack of a clear standard and bias. And two different people can come up with two different answers for the same issue. In your ordinance, it says it's unlawful for any person to operate in excess of 10 miles an hour when others are present. I'm not sure what others are present means. And then it goes on to describe when others are present, same time in the same vicinity. Again, I don't know what vicinity means. Is that 5 feet away, 10 feet away, 50 feet away? It's again, a subjective ordinance, which typically is a very, whoops. Did I say something wrong? No, the TV just went blank. It's a subjective ordinance, which is by inherent nature pretty difficult to enforce. So I would ask that you look at something just a little bit more objective. Just pass a flat 15-mile-an-hour limit. Call it good. Don't worry about whether others are present or whether they're not present, because that's going to be a very, very difficult subjective thing to enforce, I think. And then in the other part of the ordinance, under the third paragraph, you single out groups that are able to go in excess of the speed, or in excess of that speed. They don't have a restriction on their speed, let me say. And I guess I'm wondering why you've singled out groups that don't have a restriction on their speeds. Does that mean individuals do have a restriction on their speed, or they don't have a restriction on your speed? It's called out in the ordinance, but I really don't know why it's there. I think this could be a very simple ordinance. Just pass a flat 15 miles an hour. It's objective. People can understand it. It doesn't worry about whether you're 5 feet away or 50 feet away or something in between. And I think it'd be much more enforceable than what the ordinance currently is written would entail. Thank you. And thanks for all your other help working on this. We're looking forward to dog parks and everything else. Thank you.
And the last individual signed up to speak on this item is Jacob Leinhart.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Leinhart. I live in Durango at 355 8th Avenue. The Animas River Trail, Durango's fantastic nearly 10-mile-long mixed-use path that will hopefully be extended soon, is a wonderful amenity for all Durangotans. Whether for their commute to work, for exercise, or to enjoy for personal recreation. Today I stand in opposition to this proposed speed limit ordinance, which will not only reallocate police resources away from areas of much greater importance within the city, but is also vague, unnecessary, and is an egregious overreach on the part of this council. An overreach that is a slippery slope and is cheered on by a very vocal, very organized minority of trail users. This ordinance, if enacted, will lead many bicyclists to stop using our fantastic mixed-use path entirely. Bicycle commuters should not be pushed into riding on arterials and highways throughout the city, along with oversized vehicles, riding beside 4,000 to 5,000 pound cars and trucks, or commercial and industrial vehicles far in excess of that, whose drivers can have very questionable driving abilities, is dangerous. Pushed to do so instead due to either harassment from those who believe our wonderful mixed-use path is their own private riverwalk, or the threat of being reported for riding at 11 miles an hour by some self-righteous individual who won't sympathize with a bicyclist who doesn't have a speedometer on their bike. Frankly, the push for this is hardly because of public safety, but because of a vocal, very organized minority of trail users who want the Animas River Trail, our beautiful mixed-use path, to be their own private riverwalk. Being that the river trail is nearly 10 miles in length, bicycles are the only way to traverse the entire length of the trail in a reasonable time period. Not to mention, the lane changes, or the large changes in elevation, can lead to non-powered bikes exceeding the laughable the laughably unserious speed limit proposed here today. This doesn't even go into how even runners can exceed the speed limit being proposed. If you want a serious recommendation, enforce our off-leash dog ordinance strictly and unforgivingly. The issue of dog owners who eschew leashes has already contributed to the death along the trail, and honestly is where this council's focus should lie. There are commenters on the cesspool that is Durango Facebook comment pages, and many of whom I assume are in favor of this egregious overreach before you today, unsurprisingly trying to pin the blame on that bicyclist. Sound familiar? As opposed to the dangerously irresponsible behavior of said dog owner. Sadly, this behavior is all too common amongst dog owners on the trail, and I doubt that without action, this past tragedy will not be the last. In closing, I believe this measure to be an unnecessary one that siphons resources away from policing vehicle traffic violations that are already under-enforced throughout the city of Durango. Long term, this will push more bicyclists off of the trail and onto main arterials. Thank you.
Did he sign up, Ben, or do we need to make a
I tried on the iPad.
movement?
And I don't see him under this item, but we've had a couple people who signed up under the wrong items, and so I can't cross-check it.
Okay. So do we need to make a motion to allow him to speak it during this time? Make a motion to allow this gentleman to speak during the aforementioned time.
Thank you. Good evening, council members.
You're trapped in the process. We'll be quick.
Could we do roll call then?
Okay, we'll do a roll call real quick. Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yep.
Councilor Gonzalez. Councilor Koso.
Yes.
And Councilor Buell.
Yes.
And could you state your name and then afterwards give it to Ben?
Great. Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nicholas Swartzwelder. Most people call me Nico, and I live in Durango. First and foremost, I wanted to acknowledge the sensitivities surrounding this topic, especially considering the conflicts that we see on the bike trail and the unfortunate events that have occurred on this inner city pathway. I want to express my concern about the proposal for a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit, as others have. While safety is a goal we all share, the evidence suggests that this type of restriction would likely be ineffective, unenforceable, and counterproductive to the goals of safe, connected, and accessible trail use. First, 10 miles per hour is well below the natural operating speed of most cyclists. National design standards from the Federal Highway Administrative bodies acknowledge that most cycling speeds on these types of paths are between 12 and 20 miles per hour. And I do think that 20 is a little bit excessive, especially when others are around. But 10 miles per hour is really under what most people are riding their bicycles. Second, studies and trail management reports consistently show that low posted limits are rarely obeyed or enforced. And most cyclists don't have speedometers, and enforcement requires constant monitoring that few municipalities can sustain. Without credible enforcement or design measures, such as a rule, risks become symbolic rather than effective. And third, overly restricting limits can have unintended safety consequences. You know, people will go off onto other streets, and frankly, our city ranks relatively low in the Mountain West in the country, and it's 48th in Colorado based on a recent assessment by an organization called People for Bikes. So sending people onto our roads when we really need to improve that infrastructure is simply inappropriate and could result in unfortunate situations for cyclists, even though we do really have a very conscious community. We have a lot of motorists that come through that are not a part of our Durango-friendly community, right? So rather than a blanket 10-mile-per-hour rule, experts recommend targeted interventions, design improvements such as better sight lines, clear center markings, and wider lanes, and education. I think signage is something that we've kind of dabbled with a little bit. You know, I've seen the slow down signs, but, you know, a simple message like slow down, share the path, and yield to pedestrians might be effective. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next group of individuals have signed up to speak under 12.2, which is an ordinance considering the authorization of the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 1050 East 10th Street Place to the property owners at 1040 East 10th Street Place for the sum of $900,000 and the conveyance of an easement for 80% of the property back to the city. And the first individual for this item is Richard Myers.
Thank you. I'm Richard Myers. I'm a resident of the city of Durango. And my objection, and I do object to this proposal, is that this is entirely encompassed within green area. I don't know if that's the legal definition of the area, but it currently encompasses even part of the ABC trail, about 70 feet. And I don't really see the reason why we would sacrifice part of our green space for this use. This would be attached to a property which is adjacent, which seems sufficient for construction of a home of very substantial size, and I don't really see why we'd cut further into our green space. And the other thing is, I was notified because I live proximate to this space, but it's not an exaggeration to say that thousands of people use this green area as a way up to the college and as for general recreation. And I think it would be a major loss to lose this parcel. And I don't know what other parcels might be affected in the future. So I would say no to the proposal. Thank you.
The next individual signed up to speak under this section is Roger Singer.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I filed a written statement yesterday which covers most of the points I want to make about the sale, which I'm opposed to. So I'll try to be brief. I live pretty much, well, I don't live in front of this parcel, but I live near it, so I'm very well aware of the area. And as Rich just said, there's tremendous use of this open green space in the city. We have a patio next to our house, and I'll often read out there, and people are constantly going up and down the zigzag trail. It's called the Nature Trail on the DurangoLands.org map. It's used both ways. My next door neighbor on the other side commutes to her job at Fort Lewis on it, up and down. Well, I know she comes down. Some people go up the sky steps, but this is much easier to go down, much more pleasant. It's a very important space to Durango. There's city-owned land, just like this city-owned land, around most of our green spaces. And it's our green spaces that make this such an attractive city to live in. This is one of the best places I've ever seen in my life for being able to go out and to walk, to be in nature, blocks from your house. You don't have to get in a car to get there. Horst Gulches has city-owned land around it. Dollar Mountain Park, I believe Overend Mountain Park has city-owned land. There's a lot of city-owned land around places that are undeveloped. And I think to allow someone to buy it, to make it more convenient for this construction of their house, the builder called me. I don't know him. I've never seen him in my life, and lobbied me to support this. And his primary purpose was that it would make the new home he's building, and these are very expensive homes. This is incredibly steep terrain with a lot of rock. And he paid $900,000 for one lot, now wishes to pay $900,000 for another. This is not affordable housing. The his reason was to make it easier to turn into the lot, and I wasn't sure, perhaps he was planning to build a garage there. The trails I referred to a minute ago, they actually, I think, go through that lot. The trail, it has two different names, one on Google Maps, one on another. I think it would be very bad precedent for the city to start buying public land next to green spaces. Respectfully, thank you for letting me testify.
The next individual signed up to speak on this agenda item is Travis Ward. No problem. If Travis Ward is not here, we can move on to Anchor Sansanbal.
Hi there. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. I'm speaking for allowing the sale of this land to Cam and Allison. I live in Durango. I've known Cam and Allison for most of my life. I met them in Sydney, Australia. And I tell you, they didn't even ask me to come here. So I heard some concerns around fair trail use, and I'm sure you guys will look into that. As I find Durango this beautiful, amazing home, and I've lived in the world, I think about, wow, what does the city, what does this place need? What does our community need? And one thing I keep reflecting on is that there are a lot of goodness in this community, and we continue good people to come here. Cam and Allison are incredible teachers. They've been amongst the top 1% of their professional careers. Allison was the chief marketing officer of Dell Technologies. Cam was a VP of strategy and analytics. And why do I bring this? I bring this, what I've observed them in their life is they're not the ones that like come and call it a second, third vacation home and go out. They want to do good, you know, and what they can teach and what they can contribute to the people in here, to our entrepreneurs, small business, can be something that it's very hard to put a dollar value on at this stage. And I think that we need more people like them, just not affluent people who want to come and make an impact. And this is just not money. There is, I think, something beyond money. So they are just my amazing friends. And of course, I'm biased. I would love them to be here. But I was also thinking consciously, like, what's good for Durango? So I wanted to share my opinion about it. So I hope you guys consider it. And I hope there can be the right way to find out, you know, is it cutting a trail or not? Like, we want to be respectful for that. So thanks a lot, guys.
And I believe that's actually the last person to speak on agenda-related items, unless Travis Ward, who was the prior individual, was here. But if not, oh, that was Cami Renfro, and I think she had signed up to speak under the wrong section because she came up and spoke on 11.2. Okay, that's all. Unless you're Travis Ward, I don't see anyone else for 12.2.
I'll make a motion to allow one more speaker.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Councilor Buell,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
Yes.
Councilor Koso,
Yes.
and Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you. My name is Mark Williamson. I'm a resident of Durango. I'll keep it brief. I did speak with you on the phone, and in no way, so I am in support of the sale of this lot to Cam and Allison. I think the most important thing to say tonight is I submitted 3 letters. I hope you all would read them. I think that kind of encapsulates everything. But also that the nature trail would never be changed. It will stay exactly where it is. Cam and Allison only wish to use 20% of this lot in exchange for a great deal of money. And from what I've heard tonight, especially with the warming center and so forth, it sounds like there's ample room for places to use that money. I suggested some things that had to do with affordable housing. No, affordable housing would never occur in this location, but there's a multitude of places where it could occur. And I only suggested that because that's the world I live in, and that's a large part of what I do. I think they're wonderful people. I think their heart's in the right place. And again, they're going to build their home with or without this lot. So that has nothing to do with it. And they wanted to make that very clear. They were looking at it like is a win-win for both our community and as well as, for them to have some additional privacy forever into the future. So I think I can close with that, but please, there are 3 letters I have submitted to you via email, and I encourage you to read them. Thank you for your time.
All right. So if that is the end of public comment on items for consideration of adoption, I can move on to the consent agenda.
Is there anybody who would like to remove something from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'll read the consent agenda. So on the consent agenda, we have item 8.1, approval of meeting minutes. 8.1.1 is approval of minutes from the City Council regular meeting on October 7th, 2025. And then under 8.2, we have final reading of ordinances. 8.2.1 is an ordinance adopting the liquor license rules of procedure. Item 8.2.2 is an ordinance amending in pertinent part the Durango Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Licenses and Business Regulations. Article 1, General Business Licenses, Section 13-2, License Required. Item 8.2.3 is an ordinance amending in pertinent part the Durango Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Taxation, Article 2, Sales and Use Tax, Section 23-16, Words and Phrases Defined, and creating Section 13-19.1, Marketplace Sales. Item 8.2.4 is an ordinance authorizing the city manager of the City of Durango to accept a donation of land from the South Fork Gateway LLC and to execute an agreement and all closing documents to accept the land donation. There are no items under adoption of resolution by consent. There are no items under approval of other administrative items. And then under 8.5, we have 8.5.1, which is request for a public hearing on the city manager's 2026 proposed budget. And then under 8.6, introduction of ordinances, we have quite a bit here. 8.6.1 is an ordinance for the provision of minimum standards to safeguard life, health, property, and public welfare by the regulation and control of the design, construction, quality of materials, use and occupancy, location, and maintenance of all buildings and structures within the city of Durango and certain equipment specifically regulated herein, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Building Code. Item 8.6.2 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and control of the design, construction, quality of materials, erection, installation, alteration, repair, location, relocation, replacement, addition to use or maintenance of 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Residential Code for 1 and 2 family dwellings. 8.6.3 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and control of the design, construction, installation, quality of materials, location, operation, and maintenance of heating, ventilation, cooling, and refrigeration systems, incinerators, and other miscellaneous heat-producing appliances within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Mechanical Code. 8.6.4 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and control of the erection, installation, alteration, addition, repair, relocation, replacement, maintenance, or use of any plumbing system within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Plumbing Code. 8.6.5 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of fuel gas systems and gas-fired appliances within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Fuel Gas Code. 8.6.6 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing of the repair, alteration, change of occupancy, addition, and relocation of existing buildings, including historic buildings within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Existing Building Code. 8.6.7 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing the safeguarding of persons and property from hazards arising from the use of electricity within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2023 edition of the National Electrical Code. Item 8.6.8 is an ordinance for the establishment of minimum prescriptive and performance-related regulations for the design of energy-efficient buildings and structures within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Energy Conservation Code, including the Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code. Item 8.6.9 is an ordinance providing for the regulation and governing the safeguarding of life and property from fire and explosion hazards arising from the storage, handling, and use of hazardous substances, materials, and devices, and from conditions hazardous to life or property in the occupancy of buildings and premises within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2024 edition of the International Fire Code. And then 8.6.10, which is an ordinance to establish minimum regulations for the safeguarding of life and for property protection intended to mitigate risk of life and structures from intrusion of fire from wildland fire exposures and fire exposures from adjacent structures, and to mitigate structure fires from spreading to wildland fuels within the city of Durango, adopting by reference the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. And under 8.7, there's no items for excused absences.
Would anybody like to pull any item?
I'd like to move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Councilor Gonzalez? Councilor Koso?
Yes, and I'm impressed as well. Thank you.
Mayor Yazzie? Councilor Buell?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
All right, the next item on the agenda is section 10, public hearings. And we have 10.1, which is a public hearing on sustainability program and greenhouse gas emissions.
Alrighty, Kip, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick, just to make sure everybody's on the same wavelength. This is a little bit of a different type of format, and one I hope we can adopt if we find it useful, Council. I worked with our city attorney and the mayor using a public hearing in this way as a means to enable council to talk with both staff and community members at the same time. Usually we're kind of siloed in those conversations. So I believe staff, community organizations, and community members working together come up with better solutions. This is a method to get to that end product with all hope. So I appreciate everybody experimenting with me here. We'll have Marty do his presentation as a staff member. Public comment is open. Limited to the same 3 minutes, although if we've got individuals that represent organizations, I think I'd be interested in allowing more time if you're representing a larger group as well. And I think questions for council, questions can be asked both of Marty as normal, as staff, but we can also ask it of those folks presenting in their comments. And we need to open the public hearing.
Could I have a motion open?
I'd like to move to open the public hearing.
A second.
Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie, Councilor Gonzalez, Councilor Buell,
Yes.
and Councilor Koso.
Yes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council and members of the public. My name is Marty Poole. I'm the Sustainability Manager for the City of Durango. I recognize we're already pretty far into the evening, so I'll do my best to move quickly through the presentation, but to cover all the topics that it covers. You'll also see in the slides, there's quite a bit of text that is, so this presentation can be a reference to go back to. So I might not hit on every single bullet point outlined. So to set the context here, the city of Durango does have a greenhouse gas, GHG, emissions target, which was adopted in 2021, updating the previously adopted 2019 goals. And this is to have 50% greenhouse gas reductions and 50% renewable electricity by 2030 and 100% reductions and 100% renewable energy by 2050. And it should be noted that though this was adopted by the City of Durango City Council, this is truly a community-wide goal. It's the City of Durango working in partnership with organizations and alongside our collective and individual community actions regarding our own personal emissions. So the 2022 greenhouse gas emissions inventory that was performed shows two primary areas of greenhouse gas emission sources, which is energy consumption in buildings and transportation. Now, it should be noted that this inventory was just for city limits plus the airport. It doesn't include, land use changes, natural gas development in the county. This is just an inventory for the city. So there are different scopes of inventorying, and it should be noted that we're just talking specifically to the city tonight. Some of you may have seen this slide before, but I just want to call out to that greenhouse gas emissions and climate impact adaptation for climate change are only one part of sustainability. Sustainability covers many sectors working under sustainability principles. I bring up this graphic. This shows the sustainability plans, the adopted sustainability plans, 5 sectors, its alignment with the community or with the city's departments, and highlighting here that energy consumption and transportation are really going to be the key areas for within, again, the scope of the City of Durango itself to have the most direct impact. So breaking down that pie chart that I showed earlier, we have 3 main areas of focus for achieving our greenhouse gas reductions goals. So one, and the top is going to be electrification. That is a term for essentially transitioning anything that was previously directly burning fossil fuels and transitioning that into some type of an electric only option. So think batteries, electric vehicles, electric only heat pumps for heating buildings. We also want to continue to advance energy efficiency in buildings, so using less energy, and then we want to advance mobility, which reduces the overall energy consumption and associated emissions associated with our transportation sector. Tried to kind of visualize what I'm talking about here, but if you go back and forth between these, you see we have natural gas and gasoline diesel, so natural gas in buildings, gasoline diesel in vehicles. And so what we're trying to do is make the natural gas, eventually transition that to entirely be electric, and eventually transition the gas and diesel to also be electric. Now, why is that? Well, it's because burning fossil fuels is the far and away top contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in Durango and globally. So we also want to shrink the size of this pie as much as possible. So that's using less energy through efficiency. So why electrification? Well, it's because our grid is getting increasingly cleaner, thanks in large part to LPA's efforts and the community for pushing for LPA to adhere to these goals. We're seeing reductions in the associated emissions from our from our grid supplied electricity. So fewer coal plants, more solar panels, more wind. And when LPA, this is a graphic that LPA recently published and shows with their exit from Tri-State, they are anticipating drastic and really exciting reductions in their overall emissions associated with using electricity. So this is a rough projection of what Durango's emissions would be with no electrification and minimal energy efficiency and conservation efforts. So you see that we will not achieve our 2050 goals. I would also note that if this was a graph of global greenhouse gas emissions, we would likely not have a livable planet. So this is a global effort that we are all involved with. This is our path towards electrification and efficiency. It shows that we can, in theory, align with our 2050 goals for greenhouse gas emissions, although it is probably unlikely at this point that we will hit our 2030 goals. As far as the sustainability programs goes, one of the aspects of this request for information was about the breakdown of the budget. So this breakdown is for the sustainability division, which is me. This breakdown has remained consistent for several years now. Note that this breakdown doesn't include one-time funding appropriations such as grant funding, things like that. And so it's about half towards personnel, half towards projects and programs, and then an increasing slice of paying the actual electricity bills on our EV charging stations, although there's revenue associated with that as well. So of this 44%, this is the breakdown that are directly associated with greenhouse gas reductions. So we have $60,000 going towards composting program support. The reason that we have that much funding is because the bag fee, so if folks are still paying their 10 cents for a paper bag here in town, it goes into a fund, and that is restricted funding. It can only be used by law for certain things. Composting is one of those things, and so we put money towards that. We have about $40,000 in EV programs and associated EV infrastructure, roughly every year, give or take, and that comes from the revenue off of the EV charging stations. Approximately $15,000 towards energy efficiency programs and $50,000 towards programs that are not related directly with GHG emissions. So that would be like water conservation, recycling initiatives, things like that. So one of the primary questions was how much funding and from where if we were going to achieve our greenhouse gas reductions. So full financial analysis could not be performed within the requested timeframe. This would be a pretty comprehensive analysis. But what I was able to do was look at comparable communities and examples of the typical types of revenue sources that you can see. So Aspen, which I'll show a slide here, has multiple sources of revenue. Denver and Fort Collins within the past few years have passed sales tax. Telluride has an energy mitigation program, which is based revenue from development fees. And many communities use a combination of general fund and or utility fee funds in different combinations. So just as an example, this is Aspen. Aspen's budget for energy or greenhouse gas emissions reductions and programs of this sort are in the millions. And you can see their REMP fund and other programs are more substantial than the revenue sources that Durango currently has. I'll point that I bring this out as Aspen is like the top one of the top examples in Colorado. So I don't bring this up to show that this is the average of what a typical community does, but this is what one of the leading communities in our state can do. Aspen's, coincidentally enough, Aspen's operating budget is pretty comparable to Durango's, although they're a much smaller community, but their annual budget is very similar. Common revenue sources. So the World Resource Institute put out a really helpful guide, showed some common types of revenue sources that municipalities and local jurisdictions see. So you can have a fee or a tax on fossil fuel consumption. So this would be like a gas tax or a fee on natural gas. Obviously, that increases the cost of those to customers, which can affect lower income individuals. So there would have to be, or you could consider ways to implement that in a way that alleviates those burdens. There's direct funding support from utilities. So if the city were interested in this, it would be continued partnership with LPA, which I will say LPA already has a substantial amount of electrification and energy efficiency programming. We could look at implementing development fees, such as the example from Telluride, or a dedicated sales tax and or lodgers tax, which would of course require voter approval. And general fund would say is always an option, but it would face some of the really challenging budgeting competition and decisions as any other funding request. I listened into the budget retreat. It is not an easy job to balance all of the priorities that we have in our community. So I don't say that last part lightly. What we're doing, we are updating our building and electric vehicle charging codes. We have strong transit and mobility programs, and we have modest EV charging and energy efficiency programs. What would be needed would be more of that, pretty much across the board. And what I attended the Mountain Towns Conference, as Councilor Buell mentioned, and there was a really excellent keynote speaker, professor from Stanford, who was really driving home the point that we have the technology today to do this, and it's on cost parity. A lot of the information going around, even from 5 years ago, is not relevant anymore in terms of how fast electrification technology and renewable energy technology is progressing. So what are some options that we can do, both cost and no cost programs? So I will start with programs with cost. Those would be just continuing to lean into incentive and rebate programs, expanded transit mobility services, infrastructure certainly being a piece of that, making it easier to get around on foot and by bike, preventing and reducing the amount of severed pieces of our community. And then no cost options. We could implement a no new natural gas or no new gas station development. Those are called electric only development ordinances. I know that sounds really aggressive, but if you think about the goals that we're trying to reach, they're 25 years away. Infrastructure certainly sticks around longer than 25 years. And so the philosophy behind these ordinances is that why would you make a developer pay for and then the future residents or businesses pay for infrastructure that in theory is going to be obsolete in 25 years. So with that reduction in infrastructure, you can have a lot of development cost savings. Certainly continued support of solar and EV charging infrastructure. I think we are on par, if not ahead of the curve a little bit in that regard. Certainly with the long list of ordinances that Ben listed off earlier. So, and then one interesting thing that's being considered is required electrification training for HVAC business licenses, basically getting over those some of that myth busting around whether or not heat pumps or other types of all electric heating are cost effective or just can be used in our climate, which they absolutely can and are. So why aren't we likely going to hit our 2030 goals? So it has to be acknowledged that while the goals were adopted by council, there are only certain levers that the city of Durango as a municipality can wield. There are a lot of other factors that affect these goals. So certainly one that's going in a really good direction is LPA's progress on its electric emissions profile. We have decisions from La Plata County and Southern Ute and their associated emissions, and also La Plata County planning that affects the LPA emissions profile. And then also emissions are just frankly the result of thousands of individual decisions and actions, which is hard. It's a collective action problem. So again, this effort really needs to be tackled holistically and collectively. La Plata County and LPA have a drastically larger impact on emissions than the city of Durango specifically and the community within city limits does. Permitting for solar development and battery utility storage is a key combination, and La Plata County currently has a battery storage moratorium, which is affecting a project which could have a great impact on reducing emissions, because at this point, what LPA needs is more battery and more dispatchability rather than more solar, and at this point in time. We also have to be concerned with wildfire protection around federal and tribal lands. One wildfire can equal an entire year's worth of emissions for Durango. And then certainly abandoned natural gas wells in our methane hotspot are a continued issue and have been for decades in our community. Okay, almost here. So some of the, I probably should have reframed this. I promise I'm gonna end on an uplifting note here, but I have to acknowledge that there are competing priorities and funding streams that are restricted to other uses and hard decisions that this very council is facing around costs and revenues and what we spend money on as a community, what we spend public dollars on. There were really hard discussions around water, sewer, stormwater as just one example at the recent budget meeting. But where things currently stand, we only have a half of a FTE dime dedicated directly to greenhouse gas reduction. That's half of my time roughly. We have seen delayed adoption of energy efficiency codes, although that's changing, it looks like tonight. General culture of skepticism over electrification. This could be anything from like HVAC contractors to just individuals, how much they believe this technology truly is any better or cheaper. It is. We have a historic vehicle centered development codes going back decades. So this isn't currently, but you know, Three Springs was built in a way that the only realistic way to get to downtown is by car, unless, you know, that development didn't come with a commitment to have a 5-minute bus transit time. So, you know, some of those previous decisions, we are living with the reality of that that car-centered community, although we have certainly a lot to be proud of in terms of our walkability and bikeability in our community as well. So it's just continuing to head in that direction. And our transit services, award-winning transit services. But there's funding constraints for those such said transit services. And it has to be acknowledged that there wasn't any funding dedication associated with the greenhouse gas reduction tied to those goals explicitly. We did adopt the energy performance contract, and that was a really great milestone, but it was delayed significantly and is really the only significant energy efficiency investment in recently for City of Durango facilities. So why does this matter? Why do we need to do this? The top 3 concerns for Durango as a community with climate change are wildfire, drought, and flooding. A quick note on how can we have flooding and drought all together. That's because we will have longer periods where there is no precipitation, and then when the precipitation does come, it's going to come like it did these past few weeks. So there is a very real cost to not addressing climate change in our community. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how things go in the next few decades, Durango is at the mercy of the global effort to address climate change. We are truly all in this together. So Durango as a community and every other community, big and small, around the globe in every country needs to achieve these goals in order for all of these communities to avoid the worst of climate change. And so why do we individually have a responsibility? Why do we as a community have a responsibility? Well, it's the same it's the same philosophy behind why you don't litter. One person throws a cup or a bag out their car, that is not going to destroy the environment. That's the ecosystem is not going to collapse if someone does that one thing. But if everyone starts littering, we've seen communities and previous points in our history when that was truly a huge problem. And so I really do think of emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, as a form of littering, and how everyone has to chip in and do their part to reduce that pollution. So thank you very much. Again, thanks for giving me the time. I know it's later into the night, and proceed from here.
Well, thank you, Marty. Now, Kip, do you want to invite others up, or do you want to lead the questions?
Sure. We can keep Marty mobile if we need to ask him multiple questions and those kind of things. Sure. So I think we're going to folks who have requested just give public comments.
We can have the public hearing now. Yep. So the first individual signed up to speak is Lori Dixon.
Good evening. I'm Laurie Dixon. I'm now a resident of an all-electric ADU. Thank you very much. It took only 3.5 months to find it, but I'm very happy to be here tonight, and thank you for this opportunity. You kind of stole a lot of my best comments. It's great, the work that you're doing. For almost 8 years, I was the director of Four Corners Office for Resource Efficiency. I worked with my staff to bring the first energy efficiency programs and projects to Durango and the region. We were the organization responsible for the first EV charging stations across the region. We installed solar for low-income housing developments. We delivered the first e-bike programs to the region. We partnered with LPA and state organizations to bring weatherization and energy retrofits to lower-income families. And what do all of these programs and projects have in common? They all reduced greenhouse gas emissions, the #1 cause of the warming planet. Transportation, as was mentioned, is the #1 source of greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado. In Durango, the largest share of greenhouse gas emissions are buildings and their energy use, both commercial and residential. Second is transportation, and these two sectors constitute 92% of our greenhouse gas emissions. I was just reading today from a Housing Forward Colorado report just released, a project of Southwest Energy Efficiency Program. They suggest Colorado needs policies that accommodate growth without increasing car reliance or sacrificing open spaces and agricultural lands, and also reducing fire risks on public lands. If we build further out of town and annex more areas, we increase the need for more single occupant car trips and increase emissions. The Colorado Energy Office report in 2024 found that the most impactful policy changes modeled were transportation-oriented development, removing minimum parking requirements, and encouraging ADUs. These reinforce one another in making more affordable, climate-smart housing development and urban planning possible. And when cities opt to combine the most expansive versions of these policies, the positive impacts are exponential. The city has just been awarded a wonderful thing, Sarah, congratulations, on public transportation, but we all know the trolley, for example, and others could be updated. Housing is critical to reduce emissions, and I'm going to run out of time here, but it's a comprehensive solution that's just not transportation, just not energy efficiency, but also housing as well. So thank you, and I appreciate all the work you're doing, and I appreciate you, Marty, and all the times we were able to partner with the sustainability crew here. Thank you.
And the next individual signed up to speak is Mary Grayson.
Respected Mayor Yazzie, respected councilors, thank you for hearing me speak. I'm Mary Kay Grayson, and I live in La Plata County. I am the chair of the local Southwest Colorado Sierra Club. We have many members in Durango. We're all very concerned about climate change, as Marty said. If the planet could become unlivable. But the good news is we have the solutions. We have wonderful new technologies. And so I just want to encourage you to do everything you can to push for these technologies in Durango. And what you leaders do in Durango affects this whole area. So Sierra Club, locally, statewide, and nationally, supports quick and decisive action on climate and greenhouse gas emissions. And so we're urging you to put a lot of energy into this and make this happen. And I know it's complex and it's not easy, but I think it's also a wonderful opportunity that we have right now to build cleaner, more healthy and vibrant communities and lands, which we all cherish so much. This is reciprocity. And this is caring for our air, our land, waters, and for future generations. So to do this, we must achieve the goals that the council has set. And you have wonderful commitment statements that I looked at. And one of your commitments states that we have a strong commitment to protect our environment and preserve our beautiful natural lands. So respectfully, I ask you, I implore you to meet the greenhouse gas reduction goal of 50% by 2030 and a 100% by 2050. To do this, it's essential. So please appropriate any and all necessary funds needed to the Sustainability Department and prioritize sustainability accountability in the review of the city manager. Thank you very much.
The next individual signed up to speak is Gail Harris.
Good evening, everybody. I'm about ready to go to sleep. We're almost at my bedtime. I admire all of you and say thank you to everyone on City Council for being here and listening to comments. My name is Gail Harris. I live in the city of Durango. I've lived in this area for about 40 years in La Plata County, almost, not quite. And I've lived in the city for about 10 years. And I'm very, very concerned about climate change. As all of you know, climate change is what's known as a threat multiplier. It makes everything worse. It makes drought worse. It makes flooding worse. It makes the wildfires worse. It makes our heat waves worse. And we've experienced all of these, particularly flooding recently, which who would have thought, in Durango, in this area. The only time I've ever seriously considered moving from Durango is when we've had wildfires and I can't go outside and recreate, can't open my windows at night to cool off my house. It's pretty scary. We're in a unique position to fight climate change. I applaud the city for their goals for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Unfortunately, we're not on target, and we need to be. We need to put more resources, more money, more staff into reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. We could use the LPA franchise fee for funding. We could change how we calculate the sustainability fee. Probably the city manager has a better idea of where we can find the funds that we need to promote and to achieve our sustainability goals. We need to evaluate our city manager based on how well we're meeting those goals and how effectively we're meeting those goals. We can promote clean energy, increase public transportation, make riding bicycles safer in our community. You have an ordinance about the river trail. Maybe if we made streets safer for bikes, bikes would be there more. It's so important for our community and our planet to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Air pollution and our health really is impacted by that. When I go walking on the river trail and then I cross Main up at, the rec center, and I just stand there and it stinks from all the emissions, all the exhaust from the vehicles. So we need to do what we can to reduce all those vehicles. And I want to say thank you, Marty, for all the work you're doing. Marty, I think, needs a lot more money and help. Thank you.
The next individual signed up to speak is Jenny Hill.
Good evening, councilors. You all know me. I'm Jenny Hill, Executive Director of FORCOR, and I do respectfully request 5 minutes to speak.
Council like to move to allow 5 minutes for testimony from Jenny.
A second.
Mayor Yazzie? Councilor Koso?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff?
Yes.
Councilor Gonzalez? And Councilor Buell?
Yes. Thank you very much. And like Gail said, I really appreciate all the work that you guys have already done towards our goals for sustainability. I am no stranger to this hall. I grew up joining my mom at the occasional council meeting. I was interviewed and hired by the city in these walls when I became multimodal manager. My most memorable experience here, however, was bearing witness to the great Greg Hoch's storytelling. Greg served the city for 35 years as a planner and then community development director. Greg knows the art and the impact of true storytelling. We are gathered here tonight, all of us here, to tell a story about why the city of Durango needs to recommit to its goals. There is no denying it, the climate has changed. We are already feeling the impacts right here in Durango, from wildfires to flooding to unpredictable monsoon seasons. Climate change matters to me, and it threatens the very future of this very special place that I call home. Durango making a sincere, aggressive effort to combat climate change, improve resilience from existing impacts, and move towards adaptation shows real leadership and secures a vibrant future for our kids who are very patiently waiting for me with our next door neighbor right now. Our children are our legacy. Our children will carry forward the work that we do here today. We must ensure they inherit a thriving and resilient community. Councilors, you've already taken a critical step by committing to reduce Durango's greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. This is a bold and a necessary pledge. Thank you. The problem is that by the city's own accounting, we have only achieved a 10% reduction since 2016. We are simply not on track. An underfunded single-person division of Marty is not an authentic effort to follow through with a commitment of this magnitude. So we have two urgent requests to get us back on track. And the good news is that these efforts are often self-sustaining once put in action. Number one, appropriate more funds to sustainability. Compared to other Colorado communities, Durango significantly underfunds its sustainability efforts. We have brought forth multiple ideas, from a fee increase to using LPEA's franchise fee agreement. How we find the money is less important than achieving the goal of dramatically increasing the sustainability budget, so Marty has the resources he and the division needs. Marty has already identified the biggest areas for improvement are energy efficiency, mobility and transit, and electrification. With additional staff and funding, he can more effectively enact these changes that will pay for themselves in reduced operational and maintenance expenses. Number two, prioritize sustainability in the city manager's review. Councilors, you set this goal and you are accountable for the lack of effort in meeting it. Greenhouse gas reductions must be a citywide effort, not just a single man concern. We urge you to make this a top priority for the city manager and to include sustainability accountability as an important component of the city manager's annual review. This ensures the commitment is enforced from the top down and integrated across all departments rather than operating in a silo. The city does not have to do this, get these to the sustainability goals alone. We, ForCore, stand ready as an essential partner to meet your goals. We bring expertise in on-the-ground programs that directly translate into reduced emissions. And as the only nonprofit in the region providing these comprehensive services, we are experts in delivering successful initiatives that help the city succeed, from connecting residents and businesses with energy audits and energy efficiency upgrades, like Lori mentioned, to installing affordable solar and running popular e-bike programs. We also developed and ran the valued Green Business Certification Program, which unfortunately had to be paused due to funding constraints. Unlike other community serving organizations, ForCore operates without consistent city funding, a challenge recently compounded by the loss of county support and federal grant stop work order. To ensure long-term success, please think beyond a single person for this role and integrate climate solutions, resilience, and adaptation into essential city services, including core infrastructure like streets, water, and sewer infrastructure operations. Councilors, the time for half measures is over. Please listen to the voices of your citizens and the future of our children. Please take these two critical steps to meet your greenhouse goal reduction of 50% by 2030, and let's work together to make Durango's essential services part of a stronger, more resilient future. Thank you for your time.
The next individual signed
Actually,
up is
Ben, I've got a question. So we probably just need to check on, especially when an organization comes up. So Jenny, thank you. Really appreciate the whole thing there. Can you talk a little bit about the impacts that have happened to ForCore and what kind of limitations that puts on you? And especially, can you also maybe talk about how the city might help with those limitations?
Absolutely. Yeah, so with this most recent round of DOE cuts at the federal level, we were, our largest grant was rescinded, which is $531,000 for over a 2-year period. And that led to operational impacts for us where we were forced to lay off 2 employees and reduce the work hours for 3 others, including myself. And so we right now, we're a small, scrappy organization. We're looking at other funding sources, local donors. We were just awarded the 100 Plus for the Earth Award last week. We're rapidly trying to increase our foundational support, but traditionally the city was one of our key founding members. It was the City of Durango, LPEA, and the county, all of contributing equal portions to ForCore, and that has been stripped away over the years.
And that all got stripped away this last year, or that's just been an erosion?
It's been an erosion over the many years. What Marty does still support ForCore with it was the Green Business Certification Program, but due to operational funding constraints, we did have to pause that for an undetermined amount of time until we can make it run, like actually pay for itself. And we would like to reenact our climate fund, but we need admin support for that too. Yeah.
And if I may just add on to that, essentially the way that I'm able to partner with Jenny and the ForCore team is through contracted services. So essentially when there's a program that the city, myself, or doesn't have the capacity to administer, we go out and contract with ForCore similar to other services that the city contracts with other nonprofits or organizations. So that's our current relationship with ForCore, and they are doing the work of the exact same work as the sustainability division in the city. It's a partnership that you see not only here, but in communities across Colorado and the nation. So it's a well-proven model.
Great, thank you. I have just a side question too. We talked about finding out when the franchise fee for negotiation with LPEA might be coming up. Did we get that?
I know Mark had mentioned they had just renegotiated it, and I didn't have a chance to talk to the attorney in my office who worked with LPEA last year.
Okay. I didn't give you much notice, so I apologize. Apologize for that, but
I'll
if we
have
can
you
get
an
that
answer
out.
before the end of the week.
Yeah, that'd be great. So, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The next individual signed up to speak is Brian Rogers.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Rogers, and I'm a resident of the city of Durango. I'm here to stress the importance of accountability and follow through for the city's goal to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. I believe that Durango made the right commitment, and as Marty has shown, we have made some progress with 10% reduction in emissions. But although that is encouraging, it's also a signal that we are not on track. And I believe part of that is because the lack of review and accountability that the structure of the staff and the entire city staff has. Although we have the foundation in place with the plan and Marty as a staff person, we are lacking the appropriate amount of funding and a system of accountability that ensures these tools are connected to decisions, budgets, and performances. A goal without a system to track and a review are just words on paper. And as a city, we need to follow through with our commitments. Climate work can certainly be challenging because it rarely feels urgent in the moment. It's easy to kick the can down the road or have the issue of the tragedy of the commons and waiting for other people to push and do big work. And human nature tends to push long-term challenges aside. Studies show that most organizations that fall short on climate goals do so from not the lack of intent, but from lack of structure and consistent review. That's why this council must make accountability a necessity if you are serious about meeting your commitment. Progress on emissions reduction should be tracked publicly, reviewed regularly, and tied directly to the city manager's evaluation. The sustainability department also needs the resourcing and staffing to make that happen. Some may say that Durango's efforts don't matter in the face of a global problem, but that misses the essence of leadership of a privileged community. Every ton of carbon avoided anywhere matters everywhere, and local action is how global progress happens, one community at a time. And when a city like Durango shows that small communities can lead, it amplifies far beyond our borders, especially a mountain town that benefits from our beautiful climate, snowpack, and outdoor economy. We both have the privilege and responsibility to lead by example. The same actions that reduce emissions, electrifying buildings, improving energy efficiency, investing in clean transit, also makes our homes safer, utility bills smaller, and keeps our air and water clean. These are community improvements, not sacrifices. Thank you for your time and your service to our community.
The next individual signed up to speak is Richard Farrington.
Good evening. My name is Rich Farrington. I'm the current board chair of FORCOR. The degradation of our climate is an existential crisis. The term climate change is too innocuous, too vague, and too kind. Change can be good, right? You know, who cares about change? Well, the term climate change does nothing to communicate where we're headed if we don't seriously address the greenhouse gases that we're adding to our atmosphere. I believe individual efforts that turn into collective efforts are important to reduce the impact on our climate. My wife and I built an all-electric net positive home. Our solar array runs the home and our EV while creating an annual surplus of green energy for the grid. But while individual efforts are relatively small, it does show a commitment to a better future. But real progress in combating climate degradation happens in the larger arena of business, institutions, and governments. So I'm here tonight to thank the City Council and the Sustainability Department for setting ambitious greenhouse gas reduction goals for 2030 and 2050. Nothing makes me more proud to be a member of this community than when I see that huge solar array on the rec center, or when I see the amazing commitment that the school district has made to use the power of the sun at each of their schools. This action is a statement about our love for our children and our grandchildren, and a genuine concern for the climate of their future. Goals and targets are important tools to measure progress, but we must acknowledge when we're falling short of our goals. I ask our city to commit the necessary resources to meet their stated greenhouse gas reduction goals. Please make these goals a measure of your success and a statement of your commitment to a more livable future. Thank you.
The next individual signed up to speak is Lori Keck.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Lori Keck. I live in Durango. And thanks. I won't repeat everything that's been said. I agree with everything that all the participants have said tonight. But I will just say there's so much representation here, so maybe you'll get a sense of just how important this topic is to so many people. And, you know, we stayed for a lot of hours and we're all really hungry. And, and so just want to just reiterate how important this topic is to all of us community members. So thank you.
The next individual on here is Emily Missildine, which may have moved online.
Emily, you can unmute your microphone.
Emily
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, all right.
Yes.
Yes, we got you. Awesome. I thank you so much. I'd like to, I'm here speaking on behalf of La Plata Electric Association. I'd like to respectfully request 5 minutes to speak, although I hope not to take it all.
Council like to move for 5 minutes for Emily?
I'll second. We do an acclamation vote when we do these?
Affirmation vote.
Okay, great. All in favor?
Good to go, Emily.
Wonderful. Thank you guys so much. As I said, good evening, Council. My name is Emily Missildine, and I'm here on behalf of La Plata Electric Association. As has been highlighted quite a bit this evening, we recognize that LPA plays a pivotal role in reaching our respective and collective emissions goals. We appreciate our ongoing partnership with the City of Durango and appreciate the opportunity to join you tonight. This is timely as October is National Cooperative Month, a time to celebrate the unique principles that guide co-ops like LPA. Our co-op is member-focused and democratically controlled, demonstrates concern for community by investing in local programs and initiatives, and prioritizes education and training so members can make informed energy decisions. At last week's board meeting, our board of directors approved a new multi-year strategic plan to guide the cooperative through 2030. As a part of that work, the board reaffirmed our mission statement. The LPA provides its members safe, reliable electricity at the lowest reasonable cost while being environmentally responsible. They also adopted a new strategic goal we're excited to share tonight. By 2030, LPA members will on average pay less for electric service than 70% of Colorado cooperatives, and we will reduce carbon emissions by more than 80% from 2005 levels, surpassing state climate goals. This plan reflects a balanced focus on affordability, reliability, and sustainability, values that matter deeply to our members and to this community. With our upcoming power supply transition and recently announced agreements, including Vallecito Hydro and planned grid scale energy storage at Shenandoah, we're excited to highlight that LPA is on track to meet our 2030 greenhouse gas reduction goals. These new resources position us to operate with greater flexibility, energy independence, and local control, giving our community the ability to shape its own clean energy future while reliably meeting member needs. We also recognize that today's grid is becoming a two-way partnership where members can both use and produce energy through rooftop solar, battery storage, and other technologies that go both directions and strengthen local resilience. Incentives and education are key to helping members take part in this transition. In the coming year, LPA will offer member programs focused on incentives for energy storage, beneficial electrification, and peak reduction. As our new cleaner power supply comes online and the grid gets greener, these programs will have an even greater impact on reducing community-wide emissions. Success depends on community support, and we invite our partners at the city and across the region to collaborate with us as we work together towards a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. We invite residents to reach out, learn more, and explore incentives that make clean, reliable energy more accessible to everyone. As Marty highlighted, this is a collective action, and we are doing our best and doing our part to encourage more engagement and help educate our members to encourage that collective action. Finally, I'd like to encourage everyone, just a shameless plug for an event we have coming up this Thursday, October 23rd at the Gaslight Theater, hosting a Community Power X, a TEDx style event that will feature 3 energy expert speakers discussing these topics, discussing battery storage, hydropower, and regional grid connectivity. Registration is required and folks can sign up through our website. But we really want to be able to encourage our membership to engage and learn more about these topics, and for us to be an active partner with the city and other partners across the region. We continue to appreciate the partnership with the City of Durango, and as we work together towards a stronger and cleaner energy future for our region. Thank you.
What, we got one more?
I got a question.
I do too.
Oh, go for it.
Okay, so this is an experiment and I do appreciate it. Okay, but we all know that we're committed to greenhouse emissions and trying to get our act in order to accomplish those goals. And we all realize that we're not going to make the 2030 goals. I mean, it's just the way the funding goes on these projects. We're in a lull right now. A lot of our funding comes down from the state and the federal government. I haven't heard anything how we would address that.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, we've talked a little bit about some opportunities around the sustainability fees, the LPEA franchise fee, and a shift in priorities within the city budget to put more money into this effort. So I think there's been some suggestions, but I would agree with you that we're missing a big kahuna. I think a lot of this conversation is just trying to find out what levers we can pull and what's sitting out there. Emily with LPEA was just talking about the efforts that LPEA is making, and you know, I think it's absolutely about a partnership with LPEA and what can we do as a city to strengthen that partnership and accentuate both of our goals headed forward. So I would agree with you that we don't have a category killer idea here, but it's also something that I don't think we can ignore either. So I don't know if we want to do anything more with that conversation, or, I mean, I've got a couple of questions now with Emily and Marty.
I think you can
I'm
go on.
happy
the
to
questions.
answer.
Wait, you're done. But I think we should continue this conversation, you know.
Yeah, agreed. So very quickly, Emily, can you speak to the battery storage moratorium issue at all? I'm not sure if, I know I'm hitting you out of the blue on that one, but I wanted to find out more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, La Plata County does currently have a battery battery energy storage moratorium in place. Basically, that's primarily impacting large-scale battery storage. So anyone who wants to put smaller home storage in their home is not impacted by this. This is 80 kilowatts or larger. So primarily impacting large commercial or grid scale storage. So they are currently evaluating their land use code and their energy code to ensure that their battery energy storage systems have a dedicated section in their code that takes into account the unique elements and challenges and considerations that come with siting large-scale battery storage. And that moratorium is currently in place until December 17th of this year. And it does, from everything we understand currently, it sounds like the county has put this moratorium in place in order to effectively study and adopt an appropriate code to accommodate these projects. From all we understand today, I believe they are on track to address the moratorium by the time it expires in December, but I wouldn't presume to speak for what action they plan to take. And we really view ourselves as a partner with the county as well, working with Durango Fire Protection District to really make sure that any project we look at is done in appropriate partnership with the county, the fire districts, adopts every appropriate safety plan and emergency response plan, all of those elements, and that we are an active and proactive partner throughout that process.
Marty, how can we strengthen the relationship with LPEA? I mean, I think it feels like they're so critical to what we're trying to achieve here. Is there any steps that we can take that would improve the chances?
I would defer that question to Jose at another time, maybe give him some ideas of what he's seen with partnerships with other organizations. But I would say that I work a lot directly with Emily. She's our key accounts representative, and Dominic May, who works on grid innovation, and we're really lucky to have LPA, and also their new CEO looks like Jessica did a great job while she was here, and their new CEO looks like he's really committed to this work. So we're lucky to have them, and yeah, whatever you can do to strengthen those ties. And I think also, as Emily mentioned, ties around this issue with the county, with the Southern Utes. I know those relationships cover a lot of different topics, but this is something that does require collaboration and coordination. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Are you good?
I'm good, but I think we still got.
Oh, we still have people?
About 9 or 10 more.
Well, let's take a break. Yeah.
I will remind the council that your rules require that no new business can be started after 9:30, and you have to adjourn at 10 without a majority vote of the council. We still have significant business to do.
Can I recommend maybe we take a break and we look at options?
I think what should happen, everybody's trying to convince us to like stay on the goal, but we all have that in our heart. If there's nothing new, we don't need to hear it because we've heard it.
I would say that if we don't make it to like other new business or public, like we just don't make it there, like we should finish what we started. I don't think that's fair for what we started personally. But I have to pee really bad.
I'm putting it out there. Does anybody have anything new that is not trying to convince the city council to try to do what we've already been trying to do?
I don't think you can limit public comment that way if we've already offered that they can sign up. I don't believe.
Let's go with Dick White.
You need a council approval. We can't just skip people by yourself. I think we need all of council to agree.
Would everybody like to hear from Dick White?
I would like to hear from everyone who signed up.
I would like to continue with the process as we've been doing it up to this point, Mayor.
So procedurally, your options are someone can put a motion to limit discussion to a certain amount of time and then limit speakers that are left to fit into that time. That motion requires a majority vote to pass. I do hear the concern that since some people have already been allowed to speak, that everyone should be allowed to speak. Technically, under the rules, a motion to limit discussion still lies, but it has to get a majority vote.
Okay, so if you want to do that, I want to make sure we get through item 11. And we can put the rest of the 12 on hold until we get to it. if you would like to hear everybody, how many more do we have left to?
Nine.
talk?
Nine. 3 minutes. They only have 3 minutes on this one. You,
We can still do it. Can we?
but I want to vote on this if.
I think that if you need to break, you can go ahead and go, and we'll just try to keep going because we're going to run out of time.
Yeah.
Is
How about this? I'm gonna make a motion to move item 11.2, which I feel is like one of the more important items that we've had public discussion on today, after 10.1.
Discussion.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez, Counselor Koso,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
and Mayor Yazzie.
Yes. Okay, so do you want to break or you want to continue? I'd like to continue. Okay,
Mayor, I think Jess already, yeah, I think this is power through, ma'am.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, the next individual signed up to speak is Ryan Keck. The next individual after Ryan is Monique DiGiorgio.
Good evening. My name is Monique DiGiorgio. I think I do have a few new things to say, so I'm so sorry to take your time, but I'm going to just share a few thoughts. I live within La Plata County, but my office is within the city limits, and I'm co-owner of Table to Farm Compost. We are climate activists, so we work to recycle food scraps and wildfire mitigation into compost to save the planet, and we take that really seriously. We have about 800 customers, and we do curbside composting in both the city and county. Our composting facility is about 8 miles away near Elmore's Corner. I do strongly support electrification of the grid and everything Marty has been talking about. Just as a side note, Table to Farm Compost went all electric in the last couple months. We have a 24 kilowatt solar array, a B4 Bollinger electric truck. I personally own an EV. In addition to electrification of the grid and everything we've been talking about, I would like to also spend a moment talking to you about one key way we can reduce methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas emission. That is through composting. In La Plata County, nearly half, or about 40% of what goes to our landfill is food and organic matter. Diverting these food scraps reduces methane in a really important way, and it creates a soil amendment that pulls carbon into the soil. With the Bondad landfill nearing its capacity in 7 years, the Durango Herald reported on this in March of 2025. Another cell at the Bondad landfill is $2.5 million. That will be something that all of us bear that cost of. Achieving citywide composting is a lot less than that. Composting is low-hanging fruit to help us significantly meet these climate change goals. And again, I'm speaking about methane in addition to everything else everybody has said tonight. There's a resolution that you guys passed in January of this year. I'm running out of time, so I just support that. Marty's working on getting that focus group now. We've waited all year to get the focus group started on that resolution, and so thank you for that. I support these greenhouse gas goal emissions, the reduction of 50% by 2030. I ask that you appropriate more funds to the sustainability department, the accountability, but I'm also asking that you implement citywide composting as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
The next individual signed up to speak is Emily Frozen.
Hi, my name is Emily Frozen, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Juan Citizens Alliance. We're a Durango-based nonprofit, and we represent over 5,000 supporters. And I understand that we all have been saying the same thing, but we've been here for years urging this climate action. So because us saying the same thing, we're trying to really convey to you how important this is to all the people in this room. And we really want to see the city follow through on this goal. So this is not a one-time thing, and we all have been showing up and giving our time And I know that other issues have gotten 5 minutes. So we're here and we appreciate the time that you're giving us, and we respect you staying late for that too. All the people here are asking for two things, right? We want you to, one, dedicate more funding, but two, also increase the accountability and making this a key factor in how you are reviewing the city. Over the years, we have put forth multiple ideas for funding. I know that that is an issue. We've raised a franchise fee. We've talked about the sustainability fee. And at this point, we really think that it's on the city to look at how you prioritize your funding. All the people here who want more funding and allocate it as you best see fit. We're not experts in the budget. You all are. So you can take our ideas, and for us, they're a means to an end. So for a lack of a more eloquent phrase, we really want the city to put its money where its mouth is here on this goal. And we're all here to urge that action. And I do think but something I want to also emphasize is that reducing emissions is not just about the climate. There are co-benefits that also affect other areas that matter to you all and people beyond this room. So cleaner air improves public health, electrified homes and schools create better air quality, energy efficiency and heat pumps reduce bills, including the city's bills, and they increase reliability. These are all tangible improvements to the daily lives of Durango residents that extend beyond climate and greenhouse gas goals. We also really want you to empower the staff to have more ability to meet those goals. And also Durango's falling behind in our not only the amount of money that we dedicate to sustainability, but also to our community peers. La Plata County is a leader in oil and gas regulations in the state. And as we've heard from Emily, LPEA is also a co-op leader in the ways leading tri-state. Durango needs to step up to be a community leader. And we urge that action now. Thank you.
The next individual signed up is Dick White.
Good evening, and thanks for sticking around. To give you a little sense of context, I remember an executive session that began at 12:30 a.m. and we started with the county commissioners at 4:30 p.m. You were avoiding that. Good for you. Anyway, you know who I am. I'm Dick White. I live in Durango. I've had a very long career. I might be the oldest person in the building. I've had a long career. I've seen climate change from evolve from a likely possibility to an existential threat. The immediate issue we've talked about is the 2030 goal. I think a key issue there is for the long-term goal, if not the short-term one, because it's a really hard issue, is building electrification. And other cities are tackling that, but we've got a lot of old housing stock that needs to be addressed. The bigger issue, I think, is whether or not the city is making resilience investments commensurate with the threat of climate change that it poses to our community. Other people have identified the specific ways. I want to focus on one, which is the threat to our water supply. I believe I've sent a message to the council every year since I got off myself about the fact that in 2018, we had a workshop that went through all of the threats. And I came away from that meeting believing that the best long-term investment we can make to protect the city from climate change is to get water down from Lake Nighthorse. That project has been supported by several consecutive public works director, and it still hasn't got past the drawing board. It's going to be an expensive project. It's going to need but we do have utility fees that could fund it. But it's a big deal, and I don't believe, at least as reported by the Herald, it wasn't even discussed at your retreat. Everything is connected, and the city needs to have an all across the organization commitment to address climate change. I believe it's in the sustainability plan that one of the responsibilities of Marty Poole as the sustainability director is to educate departments across the departments. Does he have the time to do that in addition to his other duties? There are major issues here about the allocation of funds to the program and to the city's goals. I've got a wonderful paragraph that I missed about the lens, using the lens of climate change to address budget priorities. The lens that in Washington is broken. We need to use the budget as a lens to focus on every aspect that the city does and how it relates to our climate goals.
The next individual signed up is Margaret Mayer. It looked like Margaret was online. No? Okay. And so the next individual after Margaret would be Michael Rendon.
Michael Rendon, 640 East 4th Avenue. Thank you, Mayor Yazzie, for speaking in my class the other day. That was great. Thank you, council and staff. This community is better because you all put your time into it. So thanks for making that. That said, after sitting here listening to all the comments, I'm really glad that I'm no longer on council. You guys have some tough choices coming up. Good luck. But no, I think likewise, I just think that when you think of the greenhouse gas emission goals, so many people have put a lot of energy in those over the years. And I get what Mayor Yazzie is saying, that we're probably not going to reach the 2030 goal. But so what do we do? Just say, well, we didn't make it too bad? Or do we say, okay, well, we're going to make a new goal and we're going to reprioritize it and we're going to look for options? There's tons of options when it comes to energy efficiency or switching over to new options. I don't know what the answers are, but Marty's smart. LPA folks are moving in the right direction. You have some great staff here. You have some great thinkers in our community. I guess all I'm asking is that we continue to make greenhouse gas emissions reductions a goal. Yeah, I teach environmental policy up at the college, and every time there's a new, every 4 years a new administration comes in, and if the federal level they cancel all their climate goals, and all my students get depressed. And what I always tell them is, yeah, there's impacts on the federal level, but the real climate policy happens on the state and local level. And I mean, that's 60% of the population is state and local level, and in states that care about climate change. And so all we're asking is that you guys commit your responsibilities and interest in climate change reduction. And we are that answer on a local level, and you guys are that answer on a local level. So thank you much for your time. Appreciate it.
The next individual signed up to speak is Erica Brown. Okay. After Erica would be Chris Cottrell. Actually, there is a note saying Chris was online. Okay. And the last person would be Jane Ferrara. Okay. That's the end of my list.
Just want to say thanks, everybody. I know everybody's getting tired, so we'll just go ahead and wrap this up. Appreciate the time, Marty, and everybody who spoke today. Thank you.
So the next agenda item would be, we were going to move 11.2 directly after 10.1. So the next item is 11.2. A resolution authorizing the issuance of a temporary permit to operate an emergency warming center located at Sacred Heart Catholic Church Parish Hall in the city of Durango.
Wasn't turned on, my bad. Now you can hear me. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can. Some of the comments from earlier already covered in my presentation, so I'll go through those pretty quickly. So we're here for a resolution for the Emergency Warming Center. This is an overnight warming place for the homeless in Durango. Doesn't currently exist, and we do have extreme temperatures that pose significant dangers So this is aligned with our strategic plan goals for innovative housing and economic development, as well as our safety and quality of life. We're proposing the Emergency Warming Center Council is composed of the Neighbors in Need Alliance, MANA, and the American Red Cross. So they're proposing the location at Sacred Heart at 255 East 5th Avenue. It would run from November 1st of 2025 through February 28th of 2026. Only when temperatures are forecast to reach 15 degrees or below, run from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. and on a maximum of 20 guests. For staffing, this was well covered earlier. They will have a paid coordinator throughout the night. They will have one person dedicated to fire watch, and they will have a minimum of 2 other volunteers, all of which will have significant training provided to them. And they will run 4 to 8 hour shifts. They're going to try with 4 hour shifts, and if that or an 8 hour shift and that's too much, they'll go to 4 hour shifts. So that's kind of be a trial and error when it comes to that. The photo on the slide is actually the front of the building. I wanted to point that out. This is actually what faces along 5th Avenue. This is the upper level, which will not be where the warming center will be and will not be the entrance. This is the side of the building that faces the parking lot. That awning covered stairwell goes up to the front of the building. The side entrance over here, this will be where the warming center will be. It will be on a lower level of this building only. And so wanted to dig into a little bit more details of how this came to be. Staff will propose the location here in June of 25. And so as a result of that, our next step was to say, okay, we need a life safety review of this. So we asked the Emergency Warming Center Council to have a licensed professional do a life safety check of the facility and give us a report of what they found. Based on that, I met with my building official, and we went through that and found that this might be an option. Let's do a site inspection. Let's go out there and talk to them about what they're going to do how it would operate, and take a look at the site. So we did do an evaluation of that and found that we believed that there was an opportunity for to be able to use this facility. There were concerns last year with the facility on 160, and that's why they were not allowed to have sleeping there. The Durango Fire Protection District was concerned about the building not having fire sprinklers. So what we have found is that we have the ability to do what's called equivalencies in the code. That if they don't have fire sprinklers, we can look at what are some other options to meet the equivalent of what a fire sprinkler would offer in that building. And so that's what we've done at this building. And a lot of those things are that we have the fire watch there, the person dedicated to that they have a minimum aisle of 36 inches in width, so people have clear access to get out in an emergency, that they have fire extinguishers available, that they keep a center row of lights on the ceiling on, so if something happens, people can see to get out. That they will not have access to the upstairs. They will not have access to the stage. They will not have access to the kitchen. All of those areas are off limits. It's one big central area where everybody's in the same spot. And they can't bring all their belongings inside. That would just clutter things up and people would trip on them trying to get out. They can bring in one backpack that will fit underneath their cot so it won't block any of the aisles. So all of those are what we call equivalencies that allow them to be in this building without a fire sprinkler system. So based on the feedback we had, the Emergency Warming Council did sign a memorandum of understanding with Sacred Heart to be able to use the facility for this year. That's been executed. And there was, you've heard about the public outreach that's been done by them, the survey that was done. We did receive a letter in opposition from the school district. We also received a letter from the Boulevard Association that they would not oppose this. And I won't go into all of that. So lastly, the warming center is before you to establish this because the land use code only would allow this use as what's called a shelter. And that is a very limiting location spot for them to do that. And it would also be considered a full-time use. That's not what we're looking for here. They want something that's temporary. So we need council to authorize this for the staff to be able to consider as the temporary use permit. So if you were to approve this tonight, the next step would be for them to work with staff to issue that temporary use permit with all of the conditions of making sure we have our fire equivalencies and their operational guidelines in place. And so we do have the motion up there. I know Mike Todd is here as well, and he would like to make some comments as well, but I'm also happy to answer any questions.
I am Mike Todd. I'm a resident of Durango. I live 2 blocks away from Sacred Heart, and I chair the Emergency Warming Center Council. So I want to talk about 2 things briefly so you can all go to bed because you're looking a little tired. I'm going to talk about community engagement, what we did very briefly and sort of the struggles we're still having. And I'll also talk about our work with the Diocese of Pueblo, because that's sort of something new that came up. So last summer, once we knew that the building was acceptable under many, many different conditions, Jose said, if we want to take this to the council, we need to have significant community support. And so what we decided to do, rather than community meetings where we're not guaranteed a lot of people coming, is we decided to go out and canvass the neighborhood. So over 20 volunteers in September went out, knocked on every door from 6th Street to 1st Street, from 6th Avenue to 3rd Avenue, with a heavy emphasis on 3rd Avenue. And we did a survey, essentially asking people, telling them about the Emergency Warming Center, and then sort of finding out if they had any questions or concerns, and then finding out their level of support. And we got 155 surveys back. I think there may be 350 residences there, but it's really hard to count. That was about a 51% response rate. And 88% of the people supported in some level an emergency warming center in that neighborhood. And again, I think that's really important, because when we try this other places, communities don't support it. And of that 155, 56% strongly supported the emergency warming center. We also left flyers, and we left our emails and our phone number so that people could contact us now and in the future. The second part of the community that was critical was the school district and park. We made numerous attempts to talk to the superintendent, the principal of Park School, and finally in August, we did get a meeting. Unfortunately, the superintendent and principal of Park School could not be there. So we talked with the director of operations. We shared what the program was going to be about. And again, what were the concerns? What were the issues that were paramount in his mind? 2 things that he mentioned. One was his concern that children might be assaulted verbally or physically by the homeless. I did check with Chief Current, and he said there had been no instances in the last 5 years of any homeless person assaulting physically or verbally a child. The second one was the concentration of people when children would be going to school. Absolutely legitimate concern. At that point, we were going to be open until 8:30, and we changed the hours to 7 o'clock, knowing that we can get the people out of there by 7 o'clock. I live in the neighborhood, children start coming to school at around 7. And the other thing we did we hope to satisfy the school system, is we designated a route for the people to take as they left the center, and they would be moved toward 3rd Street to 3rd Avenue, and then downtown, and hopefully to Manna. And we also asked him if we had a transportation plan, would that be acceptable? And again, I think the school system pretty much said at that point, we're not going to support you, and no further discussions. What we did do, though, is with Park School. All of those, we have not been able to talk to the principal. We really do want to talk to the principal. One of our volunteers was able to talk to the principal of Park School to find out what are the concerns. She had 2 major concerns. One is all the things that the superintendent mentioned. Over 11 years, there have been lots of incidents, needles, people having sex, whatever. But that's over 11 years. So far, she said, none this year. And the other one was she just didn't understand what we were doing. So we did 2 things. One is we gave her all the information that you have to make sure she was fully informed as to what this is all about, and hopefully can inform the parents. And again, that's one of the things we asked the chief operating officer. We really wanted to meet with parents. What are the concerns? What are the issues? What do we need to do? And the second thing we did is we have told her that should the resolution pass, and should you agree to have a warming center, we will do everything in our power to meet with her. That is our commitment, and also to the neighborhood. So our hours are changed, and again, it is highly unlikely when it's 15 degrees or colder that people are going to go to Park School to wait. and then come to our warming center. And they're certainly not gonna leave and go to Park School. We are working on a transportation plan. We've talked to Sarah Hill about it. We just need to find about $12,000 to do it. So the other thing that I think is important is some of the counselors have some questions. Well, lastly, the other thing is when we read in the paper today, the Durango Herald school system, if they had a safety plan, we were delighted in that they want to work with us because we want to work with the school district. We want to work with Park School. But I have to tell you, even if you didn't pass this resolution, the principal of Park School wants a safety plan. She's struggling with many, many issues and just feels like nobody's there for her. So even if you don't pass this resolution, come up with a safety plan. Some other points that I've been asked to address by one of the counselors, and that is we will be fully staffed. If we lack the required staff, and that's at least those 4 people, we will not open. We will probably overstaff, which we did last year. The safety of volunteers and guests is absolutely paramount. Second thing is that the Diocese of Pueblo, who is now the signatory in all of this, or Sacred Heart wants to end this program, that will be in the MOU. That's a severability clause. That's done. Third, if there are significant and legitimate issues directly linked to the operation of the EWC and are not resolvable and are a danger to the safety of the neighborhood or center volunteers or guests, we would agree to shut down. That's not a problem. But again, we want to make sure those problems are linked to the operation of the emergency warming center. The fact that people are going to leave needles in the schoolyard, I'm sorry. This is a societal problem we can't fix. The fact that there are drunks and schizophrenics screaming at the top of their lungs, we don't know how to fix that. That's not our responsibility. We are committed to working with the school district, Park School, and the police department to develop a safety plan. And again, regardless of how you decide tonight, you need to work on a safety plan for the school. She needs it. We as a council cannot solve all the problems regarding the homeless, such as drug use. I talked to somebody today, drug use and mental illness. All we want to do, along with many others, is to keep people alive, keep them safe, and put them in a trauma-reducing setting. Not sleeping over 3 to 4 or 5 days, I could tell you, I'm also a former psychologist, leads to hallucinations and delusion. What we will also do with the neighborhood is we will be distributing a flyer should you approve the resolution, and we will be indicating people's emails and phone numbers, anybody that they can contact should there be a problem, should any issue come up. And again, I live a block and a half and I will go there. And again, as Donna said, we tried over 18 places. If there were another place to put this, we would be there. There aren't. And again, 3rd Avenue, you all have heard about 3rd Avenue. That is not an option. I mean, last year when they tried to open a daytime warming center, the community went ballistic. So, I mean, we didn't even attempt that. And finally, we are working on transportation. We have talked to Sarah Hill. Again, there's a proposal if we can find the funding. So we'll see. The other thing that I think Jamie wanted me to address is that we have an MOU with Sacred Heart. Jamie discovered actually, that we're not going to have an MOU with Sacred Heart. We're going to have it with the Diocese of Pueblo. And that's fine. And so the Diocese of Pueblo have certain requirements that we now have to insert into the MOU. Things like a severability clause. We have to make sure volunteers have background checks, all volunteers, that they have sufficient training. We have liability, which has been done. So Donna, that you heard from, she is our ace working with the diocese. It's not an archdiocese, it's a diocese. So again, we're working through those issues, and when those issues get resolved, they'll be sent to Jamie, and then Jamie will know that we have finalized that. So the last thing I want to say, I can't say it enough. Many of us in this audience have been working on this for 8 or 9 years. And we've come to the council with programs, et cetera. And this is a historic moment because we've never gotten to this point in 8 or 9 years. And I got to tell you, I want to thank Jose, Jamie, Luke, Bryce, Bob Brammer, I hope we got them all, because their support and understanding and helping us work through all these issues has been absolutely awesome. And also to you counselors, because I think you're listening and you're willing to consider it this year. So again, our deep gratitude to all of you.
I'd
Okay,
like to
thank
make a
you.
motion.
Could we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2025-0071, authorizing an emergency warming center located at the Sacred Heart Parish Hall in the city of Durango with 2 additions to the resolution. I would like to, and one of these just came up to my head because of Mike. I'd like to require, once the temporary use permit is approved, if it's approved, that we create a joint safety and response protocol with Sacred, or not Sacred Heart, the Warming Center, PD, and 9R School District / Park Elementary School, that is created to use. And then I also want to, this is kind of insinuated in our resolution already, but I'd like to make it clear for the parents that have expressed hesitation and concerns and the superintendent, that we hear you, and that there is, I want a clause in there that has how we revoke the temporary permit, and then it can be done like at a moment's notice with the vote, with a special meeting and the vote of 3 counselors. If an issue, a severe issue related to the warming center, and as we've all heard and discussed, it has to be related to the warming center, is brought up by Sacred Heart or 9R or the PD and or you guys, if that makes sense. So
Okay,
my motion.
okay, so who are the 3 partners in the safety 4?
City of EWC, PD, and then I guess 9R would either choose 9R or Park Elementary, a combination. And then the city of Durango, since we have the permit. But the PD kind of represents us-ish, right? Or you. You can. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a this is discussion, so.
Well, you have
Okay,
to get a
so-
second before we have discussion.
I got no problem
Wait, we
seconding,
did-
but I do have a little bit of definition.
Yeah, yes.
Concern.
And that is, I literally just
Sure.
thought of it,
Oh.
and so I don't,
Okay, so you don't have to second, you can go ahead and present your proposal.
No, I'll go ahead and second it. I've got no problem with it. I think we need to define it a little bit better, but I'm interested in getting to discussion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that all right? All right.
Are you starting discussion? That's the motion on the floor.
And Shirley's up first.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, and Councilor Buell for adding to that, requesting that security addition, because I do think that's really important, and it's actually where I wanted to just ask some of my questions. So is Bryce here, or is it Bob, or who might I ask staff for?
Chief Kern, he is out of town.
Okay, great. Thank you very much I just have some questions regarding safety protocols. So could you just explain, like, I'm sure you're familiar with the scenario that's been discussed. Could you just explain what's happened in the past when we had unhoused people around park or any elementary school? It doesn't have to be just.
It's hard to answer the question in the context that you're asking it, because we have not had a situation like this, so we don't have comparatives. Have we had issues with unhoused people on the south side of town over the years, off and on? Yes, but it's a very subjective discussion, because as there was kind of discussions about needles, about some of the other stuff. So I can't really give you a solid answer for, I feel like, how you're asking it.
Well, I did see an incident report that was shared with the council about the number of interactions. I think it was from yourself.
It was for me, and that was total calls for service. in the areas around Park Elementary for the last 5 years. That's a total calls for service without any sort of analysis or trying to break down. That's security checks, that's incidents at the Durango Housing, that's incidents at College Plaza Laundromat.
Okay.
That's very broad, and that's where, as I was asked to try to drill into that a little bit more, it just became there's too many variables that you have to kind of dig into.
So I guess what comes to mind is that, I mean, we know that we have a concern with unhoused members of our community, and that there's often calls for service, and how quickly those are responded to. And I guess I have gotten feedback from community members, not just the school. I did have the opportunity to meet with the principal, but just in regards to calls for service, has there ever been a time where, well, I don't want to say has there ever been a time, but I guess I am concerned that perhaps we don't have enough support. And I think where I'm getting at this is that I feel like we can make an adjustment as we move forward in our budget to request more officers if in fact, there's not enough current officers to cover the caseload that you have. So I know that we'll have more opportunity to discuss really, like, do we have enough support? And is that something that we can do as a council, add more officers as the issue comes up? So I see Bob, if you want to add anything.
I can certainly try to help because Commander Dunlop and I, we've been working the city for Durango for me 20 years, 25 years plus for yourself. And so I think in regards to like the proximity of Park Elementary School and the south side is Commander Dunlop referenced, our life experiences out there, I mean, we policed those streets for a long time. And so we know the clientele that we actually deal with within that area. The reports that Commander Dunlop did preface, a lot of those people are that way, but there's also a lot of other people out there that also create nefarious behaviors within that area. We have worked tirelessly over the last few years. I remember my first 15 years on patrol, that was one of my purposeful dedicated patrol routes, was to patrol those alleys within that area to try to safeguard the school, the park, because there was always activity there. So it was easy to find stuff. When I was chief, we made a concerted effort over the last 5 years to really kind of clean up that area because of all the issues we had. Now, a lot of that was in partnership with 9R, working with the principal there to try to eradicate those problems that were there. And I would say we've been largely very successful with that because of the call volumes that I'm seeing now don't articulate that there's actually a problem there. So we do work in partnership with them and, based off the facets and the limitations that we have. As far as response to that school, if somebody calls, we're going to show up, we're going to respond, we're going to investigate that, and we're going to see if there's a problem there that we're going to be able to deal with at any particular time within the confines and the restrictions of the laws that were provided to police. So in context to your question as a whole, do we need more officers there? We could use more officers across the entire city, but we have budgetary limitations with that. We also have recruiting limitations based off of our current FTE counts that we have within the police department as a whole. So are there opportunities for improvement? Absolutely, there always is. And we'll take advantage of that and we'll work with that in our partnerships with 9R and the school district and everybody else within that proximity of that area.
Okay, great. I'll turn it over and chime in again.
Okay, so Jessica, you're next.
Thank you. I more have some comments real quick and thoughts, and I want to acknowledge some people first. I want to start by acknowledging Mike Tott and the entire NENA team, obviously. It's not just you. I know I just have talked to you over the last year at length, but I know it's been an exhausting and challenging process, and your dedication and relentless perseverance and your tireless work on behalf of those in our community who do not have the resources to fight for themselves as we do is nothing short of heroic. So whatever the outcome of this vote tonight, please know that your hard work and commitment are seen and they are valued. And even if I don't agree with you all the time, like we haven't over the years, I hope you never stop. So thank you very much. So tonight, I believe we face a fundamental moral and public safety issue, and we cannot in good conscience risk having people die on the streets of Durango this winter simply because they have no warm place to sleep. I believe we must give the Sacred Heart Partnership and NENA the opportunity to save lives. Their commitment to operate the shelter only when temperatures drop below 15 degrees and their pledge to close the facility before 7 a.m. ensure users are dispersed before the school day begins shows good faith. However, I want to pivot now and to the concerns we've heard, which are serious and valid, to the administration of 9R, to the leadership of Park Elementary, and specifically to the parents who have emailed us. Your voices have been heard, and we have read the accounts of the incidents you've experienced, from sanitation issues and trespassing to the discovery of needles and profanity near campus. Your concerns about the safety of our children and our staff do not go unnoticed, and they are paramount to the discussion. We recognize the need for clear preemptive protocols. In fact, in conversations today with Mike and the NINA team, I believe they have reached out to 9R and Park Elementary to start developing a joint action plan, unfortunately without success so far. The lack of current response structure is unacceptable, and I hope, well, with the addition to the resolution, will be demanded. That is precisely why I believe we need to match our compassionate commitment to the unhoused with an equally strong commitment to neighborhood safety. To address the very real issues raised by Superintendent Chesser, I proposed the amendment that allows the City Council to cancel the temporary permit at a moment's notice with the vote of 3 council members in a special meeting if we find that the shelter's operation is directly causing significant documented negative effects on Park Elementary or the surrounding area. Furthermore, to the parents of Park Elementary, many of you said in your emails you support a warming shelter, and I'm asking you to help us solve both problems, saving lives and protecting our children. We have children in our schools whose families have recently been residents at Purple Cliffs, who are currently experiencing homelessness, and who may even utilize this very shelter. We must educate our youth and model for them what community collaboration looks like. Let's not fall to the trap of saying we support finding a solution, just not here. Let's say we support finding solutions together. With the city, with NINA, with Park Elementary, 9R, and the police department, we can be part of the solution. If a spirit of collaboration and trust surrounds this effort, that is what we will see. But if negativity and division continue to dominate the narrative, that is all that will grow. So let's choose the former. Thank you.
Chip.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm just going to echo Councilor Buell. I thought you did a wonderful job with that summation, so I really appreciate the words there. I would just add one thing. I was here in 1985 when we found a woman dead in the horse stalls at Fairgrounds. She had written on the stall wall that nobody cared. And it was the impetus that got a local church and a lot of volunteers to organize and start feeding and protecting those who could not feed and protect themselves. That evolved into MANA. I would really like us not to have to go through that again. I think this is very important work. I'm in strong favor of the warming center and appreciate the time. Thanks.
Dave.
It's a pretty charged issue, so I had to keep my statements written so I could stay on task here. It's obvious that this is a complicated and nuanced issue that is not easily solved or even discussed. That being said, I've had the opportunity to speak to folks on both sides of this, and all have been respectful, courteous, and engaged, and I enjoy the fact that we can have a rational conversation around something we are passionate about. To say this is challenging is putting it lightly, but we as a community are thoughtful and deliberate, but collectively having a difficult conversation on how to balance compassion with community safety and quality of life. True compassion is, quote, a motivated response to alleviate another suffering through active kindness and a desire to help, end quote. Schools are a space for learning where everyone from teachers and parents to students and parents should have a safe environment to play, engage with peers, and exist. I say that only to say that we do not have to be mutually exclusive on helping others maintain their safety through a warm shelter on only the coldest of days and ensuring a vibrant, curious, and safe place for children to learn, play, and be around trusted adults. After many conversations with concerned parents and advocates for the unhoused, I feel that there can be a balance. I have 2 children, one of which attends Park Elementary. The other has moved on from Park and is at Escalante Middle School. I cannot speak highly enough of the teachers, staff, and administrators of Park. They invest incredible amounts of time, energy, and love in each child that steps through the doors of that school. As a parent to a child attending Park, I am cautious about this resolution, but believe in the professionalism of Park staff, the Warming Center volunteers, and city police in keeping everyone safe. I do not want to discount the potential time and energy that this resolution could impact school staff. Know that this decision does not come lightly for anyone here on this dais, and I believe each of us are taking all sides into consideration. What I don't foresee is that we continue to kick this can down the road and make it another issue to deal with. I feel that this can exist as a pilot program, and I want to really emphasize pilot program to see what can work and what true collaboration takes place when it's between community members. It seems that there have been conversations around how we can possibly make this program as good as it possibly can be here tonight. Additionally, there are levers as a council we can pull to change the program, and if the need presents, terminate the program for cause immediately. I don't feel like I could look my kids in the eyes when I get home tonight if I vote no on this and not show them what compassion looks like in real time. History may judge us, but if this resolution were to move forward tonight, it won't be that we weren't trying to make our community better.
I just wanted to make sure that I have the opportunity to thank everyone. I also had the opportunity to survey the community with Carolyn Hunter. She was my partner and we went door to door, and Carolyn really went through a lot of trouble to ask people what they thought about it. And then we really got incredible responses. And every single person that I encountered said that they supported and strongly supported the center. So there was only one person that said she didn't, and she had just moved from Florida. And so if you haven't experienced a cold winter, as she said, she just moved from Miami. So we understand how cold it can get here and why it's so important to have this service. So just thank you to everyone. And I especially just wanted to say a special thank you to Father Beto. I'm a parishioner at Sacred Heart. I also had the opportunity to attend both services where Mike and Donna and others, at Linda, I think was there too, to hear from the parishioners. And they were also overwhelmingly supportive. We have a new Pope, Pope Leo, and he has charged his diocese to really address issues, especially of the poor and vulnerable populations. So we know that the Catholic Church has an obligation to serve its constituents and to serve its community, especially the vulnerable. So I'm equally proud of the church who also came forward and offered their facility. And so thank you especially to the school who did give me the opportunity to visit with Marie. I also have 2 children at Park Elementary, and I think we all have the same concerns, but it's really been a beautiful experience to work with all of you and the staff, especially Jamie, who worked tirelessly, I think, to get the approvals, and also our police force. So thank you all.
All righty, thank you, Shirley. Okay, so when I read that police report, my first impression was you guys did a lot of work making all those contacts. And, so I was impressed with that, how much effort you've spent over the years going down and making all those calls. So I looked at that as something very positive. And I'd also like to thank Jamie for working with Nina to get to this process, because making these decisions are really hard, like Jessica stated, Dave, Kip, and Shirley stated, we're all looking deep into our soul. So I'd like to call for a vote.
Thank you, Councilor Gonzalez, Mayor Yazzie, Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Councilor Buell,
Yes.
and Councilor Koso.
Yes.
So you guys are past 9:30. And I mentioned that and I interrupt because there's a specific procedure that has to be followed now that you've concluded that business and there's still business to conduct. You have the choice. I should have said this 5 minutes ago, but you should have moved to a motion to finish that particular item. But since that one's finished, this is a convenient time for you to make a decision. And your decision at this point is simply how much longer do you want to go, if you want to go any longer at all.
Can I ask a question?
And it would require a motion by a majority to extend the meeting and take up new business at this point. Or any, not new business, but unfinished business.
Can I get a question real quick? Ben, do we have anybody that is still here that is looking to make public comment on a non-agenda item?
I can pull that list real quick. There's 3 folks who did sign up to speak under non-agenda items.
I feel like if they have stuck it out, I think, I don't know. I think so. If they're still present. But that's, sorry, thank you, Mayor. If there are people still present to give public comment on a non-agenda item, I make a motion to allow them to speak in the time allotted for them for 3 minutes, each person.
Would that be a motion to amend the agenda to take up item 13 and extend the meeting accordingly?
So moved.
Second.
So is that the only item we want to take up, or is council interested?
So, yeah, I was gonna say I would, there's one person here for an agenda item. Looking at the agenda, it looks like, the speed one we can push back. But there's someone here for the 10th Street place.
Correct.
And so I think we should do that one too, since they're here. Is the 32nd Street important? I know Scott's been sitting in the back the whole entire night. If it's important, we can do it after. I just wanted to see.
I don't know if there's any time limit on that or
Yeah.
anything.
It should be a short one. I would say let's do public comment if there's anyone on there first, and then 12.2, and then 11.1, and then we can adjourn. If that's okay with the rest of council. Well, hang on. Yeah, and I don't know, I'm trying to get if anyone else thinks there's something important.
I just don't know about the new business. It just kicks to new business at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
It stays in its slot, right?
Yeah,
Okay. I'm good with that.
okay. Good,
So that was your motion, second,
okay.
then maybe an affirmation vote? An affirmation vote, a reclamation vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so 3 individuals signed up for public comment under city matters not under consideration tonight. I don't know if they did it in error or if they're still here, but the first person is Zoe Coleman.
Hey, Ben, do you want the boilerplate first?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes. Okay, so Zoe Coleman had originally signed up under 13, but in my notes, it looked like she spoke under 11.2 for the warming center. And then Nicholas Schwartzwelder had signed up for 13, but he ended up speaking about item 12.1, which I believe was the river trail. And then so the only other individual I see is Alexandria Sapien, who signed up for section 13, and I don't believe spoke in any of the other spots. So if Alexandria is not here, that might be it. Okay.
Okay, so we have what, 12.2? Is that correct?
I'll be fast. They said.
Yeah, he'll be fast.
Yeah, yeah.
11.1 is a resolution regarding a preliminary subdivision plan for the 32nd Street Collective Mixed Residential Development, 364 32nd Street.
Good evening, counselors. Thank you for the time to speak. You had a interesting and diverse mix of agenda items tonight, and now you get to hear the one you've all been waiting for. So just to get started, it's a property that you're familiar with. You saw the annexation a few months ago. This is the property just east of Holly Avenue and south of 32nd Street. The reason the item is before you is because preliminary subdivision plans require recommendation from Community Development Commission and then a final decision by City Council. So this is the actual legal instrument that the developers will use to create transferable townhome lots for this subdivision. So that's the action that's before you tonight. The development is 12 units, 8 townhomes that front 32nd Street and 4 apartments in a multiplex building at the rear of the lot. As we mentioned during the annexation, this does include 1 permanently deed restricted workforce unit. Community Development and Prosperity were able to work with the developers during annexation and make sure that the 1 unit will be deed restricted in perpetuity. I will say this was a 2-part review too, major site plan review, which goes into a lot more detail of the development, the design of the buildings, access, pedestrian circulation, a lot of the details. That was reviewed and approved by Community Development Commission last month. This shows the site plan here. I can flip back to that if there's questions. These are some of the things that the staff and Community Development Commission really get into in more detail, while your focus tonight is really on the subdivision. This is just a pretty picture to break up all the text for you, showing what the units will look like from 32nd. And again, this is the actual legal instrument, the subdivision plat here that creates the transferable units. It's a housing development, obviously a big need and in alignment with the strategic plan. It also aligns with reliable infrastructure and community connectivity. Obviously a big public investment in 32nd Street is wrapping up, and it's great to see private investment following that community investment in new infrastructure. So staff finds that the subdivision meets all of the applicable criteria and is recommending approval. We have not received any written public comment to date, and we have just 3 pretty standard conditions of approval and a recommended motion for you there. Thank you for sneaking me in. Appreciate that.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 25-070 regarding the 32nd Street Collective Mixed Residential Development Preliminary Subdivision Plan with the findings and conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Second. Scott, may I get a couple of questions? Thank you. Could you go back to the site plan, please? I remember it being an 8 unit. So on here, were the 8 townhomes and the 4 apartments? Is that how the layout's going to be?
8 townhomes facing 32nd on the north side of the lot, and then this building in the back here. That is a 4-unit apartment building, or we call it multiplex.
Gotcha.
So,
And then the 8 townhome units are all going to be for sale, with one of those being deed restricted, correct? And then the apartment's going to be for rent only.
for rent, held by 1 owner. I believe they're building them so that they can be condoed in the future. That would require another subdivision, but for now it'll just be rentals owned by one owner.
Okay, great. Is the developer going to continue being the owner?
I believe so, but
Okay.
They're here if you want to ask them.
Okay, sure. Yes, the developer will continue to be the owner. Okay, great. Thank you.
Get a vote?
Counselor Gonzalez. Counselor Koso.
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie.
Yes.
Counselor Buell.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff.
Yes.
.2 we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. 12.2 is an ordinance considering the authorization of the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 1050 East 10th Street Place to the property owners at 1040 East 10th Street Place for the sum of $900,000 and the conveyance of an easement for 80% of the property back to the city.
I'd like to move for ordinance considering the authorization of the sale of a city-owned parcel located at 1050 East 10th Street Place to the property owners of 1040 East 10th Street Place for the sum of $900,000 and the conveyance of an easement for 80% of the property back to the city.
Second.
So as I explained at introduction, my office hired an appraiser to appraise the property. I emailed that out to the council this morning. I didn't get it till late last night, but the property appraised for $895,000. We also did a title search on the property and learned that there are no title restrictions and what can happen with it. Property was actually sold to the city at auction from the county back in 1958 for $500. So what that does is that clears the way for any action that you choose to take because the offer is above market value and there's no restrictions on the property as to what needs to be done with the funds if they're received upon a successful vote on the ordinance. And we were concerned that the land might be kind of like we ran into some other issues where the land has to be used for education or for recreation or something else. None of those restrictions exist on the property according to the title research we did.
Mark, I'm curious, how much was the appraisal?
Cost?
The appraisal, for the cost to do the appraisal?
We think we paid $500 to do the appraisal, and the amount that the appraiser determined the value of the property at was $895,000. So $5,000, they're overpaying by $5,000 at $900,000.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, council. Take a deep breath and we'll get this one done. So this is a unique opportunity for the city to secure significant funding that can be used for a variety of important purposes with little to no negative impact to the city residents. I've got a couple of key points. I was looking for a slide. Tom, do you have my slide? Thank you. So first, I get Tom's slides. The first slide, Tom. Sorry, there's 2 pages on this. So, council, I just wanted to supply some perspective on the lots, and as we talk about these lots, a way to visually see it. So in this first slide, the home is being built on the original property, neighboring city land, and that cannot be stopped. This has been available for building for decades. This is a house is going in no matter what. The sale is really a unicorn opportunity, in my opinion, and in no way sets a precedent for any other sales of public land. Lots of things had to align for this opportunity to come up and get us here where we are today. Slide 2, Tom. The ABC Trail to the college and the Sky Steps used by so many of our residents will remain untouched, with an 80% easement ensuring that no residents no publicly usable land is being taken away. In fact, these existing amenities could be improved with the proceeds upon council approval. The adjacent neighbor is in favor of the proposal, the neighbor directly to the south, since a house will be built next door anyway, and they see the benefit to the city as well as the flexibility to save several stands of trees on the property, including aspens right between the 2 houses, and some old scrub oak that takes a long time to grow that can provide some screening on this property. Currently on this slice of land that we're talking about, there's a diagonal cut. You can see the diagonal cut in the property. That is an old cut that was used to haul materials and equipment for construction. That's not a game trail. That's not anything special. It was used to build the house to the south. Also, you'll see other trails that work up to the ABC trail, to the main trail. Those are bandit trails. I went out there multiple times to look at them. These bandit trails are what we dread when we're talking about trails because they're shortcuts people have used to get up to the ABC trail. And they are doing, with the recent rains, exactly what we expect bandit trails to do. They're eroding the hillside. So there are no distinctive, useful, or intentional public trails that are affected by this project, just destructive ones. The $900,000 in funding can do a lot for the ABC Trail, the Sky Steps, bear impact mitigation efforts, local nonprofits struggling to survive in a hostile environment, and a host of other purposes that provide a much larger benefit to the community than the current public value. I believe we should take advantage of the situation that is very limited in the way of negative public impact, enables the city to support substantially positive efforts through this revenue, and does not affect nearby trails except bandit trails that are currently causing damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So as of this slide that's currently up, what would the footprint of the land to be donated back to the city be?
I can help answer some questions.
Sure.
Sure. So it would be the southernmost 20%. So it's just 20%. There's no clear dividing line here, but it's just the 20% that's at the southern portion of that lot. An easement would be on it and leave it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Said the opposite of what he asked.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So yeah, the top 80% will be gifted back to the city. And then
Would have an easement on it.
an
just to make
easement,
sure that
right?
we're
Yeah,
clear.
easement. Yeah. So with the easement, I mean, the city doesn't necessarily retain ownership. Like, what does an easement like give us from a legal purview?
A right to use the property. It doesn't affect the underlying ownership. It's just a permanent, or until revoked. There are revocable easements, but as I understand this one, this is a permanent easement for use of the northern 80% of the property, which includes the ABC Trail.
Property owner could not do anything to change that easement without prior approval of the
Correct.
council?
Correct. The only concern that I have that I haven't looked at yet is there are some utilities located on the 1050 East, and they've got some easements. So we need to ensure that whatever that 20% represents doesn't negatively impact those easements that have been granted to the I think they're power utilities.
From visually looking at it, they look further along than the cutoff line. So they look like they're on the easement.
Okay. And then there's no, just because of all this rain, just, makes me think of it, like there's no legal liability of any of this because of the hillside right there of runoff into the adjacent property that we need to be.
I mean, there can always be issues between property owners,
Right.
but I didn't identify it. This is just a simple sale of city property. I don't see any liability attaching to it.
Okay, yeah, just if the easement. Cripes, it's been a long night. I'm so mad. Yeah, I just want to be sure that there's nothing on the easement that if they own it, the underlying aspect of it, then yeah, that point is moot. And then because there's no other real conveyance as per the title, does that mean that $900,000 can kind of go wherever council sees fit, or does that go in the general fund to be at the city manager's discretion?
So not really my lane, but all I can tell you is that it doesn't have to go anywhere because of any restriction on the title of the property.
Okay.
We would bring a budget amendment and then the council would tell us kind of what you might want to use for it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I think Dave asked most of my questions. That was really my concern regarding specific. I think for it to go just back to the general fund and not have a specific use is something I would have liked the opportunity to discuss. So perhaps we can do that during the budget process. Would that be the more appropriate time?
This really wouldn't be part of your budget process. It would be part of the amendment for depends on when we close on the property. If it closes within this year, we would have it included in our last budget amendment for the year. If it happens to push it into next year, it would be next year, but it'd be through an amendment, not necessarily the proposed budget.
Okay, so no specific use for affordable housing. We know that we have this issue with unhoused. None of that is in this proposal.
So it would be unencumbered general fund dollars that only the council can then designate where to go.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, here I am. So in the agreement, it specifically says that they have to do the easement over the nature trail area, right? Like it's black and white. There's no way they can be like, oh, not that at 80% anymore. Correct?
So, I mean, my office still has a little bit of work to do because what was presented, because this was a council-driven
Yeah.
ordinance, it just was general in the sense of 80-20. But what we will do is make sure that that 80-20 is applied the way that it was intended in the ordinance. Just like we don't go through every detail of the purchase and sale agreement, there's certain things that my office does, that Jose's office does to finalize this once we have the direction from you guys.
Okay. Most of my questions are directly to like make people that came to my council office hours feel better about this. I in no way think that Mark would take away the ABC trail because Agave would go out of business, I think. So it's more just to like, make sure. There was a comment brought up in my council office hours that this lot was 4 lots. And I was like, nope, it's just one. Like, here it is. And so it's not for.
That's why we did the title search.
Right.
And
Okay.
it's just, it may have been 4 lots at one time. In fact, I think it was
Okay.
at one time. It may still be recorded that way. Like if you look in the title work, it may list certain lots,
Okay.
but those lots have been transferred as one unit. When we got it in 1958, we're buying the same property. It's the same property that the city acquired in 1958, which could be multiple lots.
Okay.
That's pretty common.
All right. Those are mostly my questions. Thanks.
And the only thing that I would suggest is that you should have some discussion about the impact of this ordinance on the prior resolution about, you need to make some comment on if you intend this to have any effect, because we had prior direction from the council not to sell public lands. This is selling of public lands, and I would like to have something on the record as to what the intent here is to leave that intact. This is just a one-time exception, or you're actually changing policy. And that doesn't have to be formal, but just I'd like there to be a record of that in case something comes up later and I want to know what your position is on it.
Yeah, I think I want to do two points to be made here is first off, I do think some of this funding ought to go into improve amenities that are around the property. I think the ABC Trail and Sky Steps need to be looked at for some of the funding that we might be making off of this. It makes a lot of sense to me to help the neighborhood forward there. I do also strongly believe that this is not a contraindication of the resolution that we passed. I think that was passed in conjunction with the sale of federal lands. This is not Perrin's Peak. This is an unbuildable piece of a small property well within the city. There's a house going up here anyway, so I don't necessarily see that it applies so much, and I have no problem saying that this is an exception. I would be shocked if we ever got the planets to align for another opportunity like this anyway.
All righty, so of course, I'm all for community public land and keeping it natural, as we have stated in a couple of resolutions that we weren't going to sell our soul for development. I realized that $900,000 is like, hey man, if I had my choice, I'd give it to transportation. It would fund us a whole nother part, because we still have a lack of sustainable funding for the transportation department. I can see the carrot in front of everybody's eyes, and we all look towards trying to find new money, because we are, there's a lot of things we could spend money on to fund. But given all of those factors, I'm still an advocate for not selling public land. I think it needs to remain beautiful for people to look at, to experience walking on the trails, and just experience the beauty of what Durango's about. And that's all I have. You're up again, Dave.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I meant to lower the hand. Can I ask a technical question? How many stories will the home be? Don't know yet.
storage necessarily or restriction?
But whatever zone will be there's an adherence.
It's usually around 40 feet.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We're in council discussion right now. Any other comments? Okay, let's take a vote.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Woodruff,
Yes.
Mayor Yazzie,
No.
Counselor Gonzalez, Counselor Buell,
Yes.
and Counselor Koso.
Yes.
We're adjourned.
Oh, we still have time. Oh, we still have time, like a week before we have to. Email it, yeah. You still get a, stay in front of us.
Some of the time.